Buried at the back of an ancient Egyptian tomb
This is the first time that we found this.
lies a mysterious sealed sarcophagus.
This is really surprised. We had found sarcophagi closed, totally untouched.
No one has seen inside for over 2,000 years.
When we take out the lid of the sarcophagus, what happened, we don't know.
They're hoping to find a pristine mummy, perfectly preserved for the afterlife.
Wow, this is amazing.
Egypt, home of the mighty pyramids and the most famous tombs in the world. These iconic structures and the mummies they contained had a single purpose: to help ancient Egyptians overcome death and achieve eternal life. Today, archaeologists across Egypt are searching for new tombs and mummies to understand the extraordinary lengths Egyptians went to achieve life after death. They decode the ancient rituals thought to grant immortality, investigate how Egypt's wealthy elites buried their dead, and search for clues to what happened to these beliefs as ancient Egyptian civilization came to an end. At the ancient settlement of Philadelphia, Egyptian archaeologist Bassem Gehad is excavating a vast necropolis buried beneath the sand.
This is the cemetery of ancient Philadelphia that extends all over this huge space that was occupied for more than 6 centuries.
Philadelphia was once a bustling metropolis during the era of Queen Cleopatra, ancient Egypt's last dynasty. Bassem has spent over 8 years sifting through the desert sand to reveal its hidden secrets.
This site is outstanding because it's completely backed with thousands of tombs and graves.
During previous seasons, Bassem has found mummies and high-quality coffins in shallow graves on the valley floor. This season, he wants to investigate a mysterious shaft high up in the hills above the city. He's hoping to find an unopened tomb with mummies that sheds light on life after death at the end of ancient Egyptian civilization.
I've been studying and excavating graves and tombs down in this flattened area, but here up in the mountains, they might have hidden lots of things, lots of secrets, and that's what we want to reveal.
High up in the rugged hills, far from the valley floor, the ancient citizens of Philadelphia built a series of mysterious graves. They laboriously carved holes into the solid limestone, some of them shallow, others up to 40 feet deep. Here, they buried their dead, around 500 in total, entombing them in rocks. For nearly 1,500 years, no one had any idea that these graves existed. What can these tombs reveal about the owner's beliefs in the afterlife? To uncover what lies at the bottom of the shaft, Bassem's team must piece together several ladders to form one long enough to reach the bottom.
We are doing the proper preparation for the rope and ladder so that everyone would be safe maneuvering and working around this shaft. It looks like this shaft is really deep, almost like 14 meters down. No one would like to fall in this shaft. I mean, this would be the final ticket to the afterlife.
Next, they must raise the mammoth ladder and carefully lower it into the long, dark shaft.
ارفع 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 فوق أعلى أعلى. احكم حبلك احكم حبلك.
With the ladder in place, Bassem prepares to make the descent into the unknown.
The moment you start to prepare yourself to get inside the burial shafts, you get really nervous because you have all the good thoughts, but also some bad thoughts.
The shaft is over 40 feet deep. A fall here could be fatal.
It's really deep.
On the west bank of the Nile, near Luxor, American Egyptologist and vintage clothes enthusiast Colleen Darnell has come to the world-famous Valley of the Kings.
Behind each of these doors lies a rock-cut tomb that can often go hundreds of feet into the bedrock.
Colleen wants to decode inscriptions inside these tombs to learn more about what the ancient Egyptians believed happened to them after death. She begins at the tomb of one of Egypt's greatest pharaohs, Seti I.
This is one of the most incredible tombs in the Valley of the Kings. The decoration is sumptuous.
The tomb stretches over 450 feet deep into the hillside. Almost every wall is covered with inscriptions.
The scenes and hieroglyphs on the walls of this and other tombs provide the most valuable sources for understanding the ancient Egyptian beliefs of the afterlife.
One wall in particular draws Colleen's attention.
The hieroglyphs tell us that this is the ritual for the opening of the mouth.
The opening of the mouth ceremony was a crucial step before the king's mummy was ceremonially placed in its coffin and sealed in the tomb.
As the scenes continue, offerings are made to the deceased king. At the conclusion, not only is the mouth of the king opened, but also his eyes. The purpose of this entire set of processes is so that the king, after death, can live again in the afterlife.
The ancient Egyptians believed that when a person died, elements of their soul became separated from their physical body. But the spirits still needed that body in the afterlife. So mummification made sure that the earthly remains stayed intact and recognizable. A priest, wearing a mask depicting the god Anubis, performed rituals to symbolically open the deceased's eyes, ears, and mouth, so that when body and spirit were reunited, the deceased was able to see, hear, and speak in their eternal afterlife.
The ancient Egyptians believed that death was not the end. With the proper preparations, it was merely the beginning of an immortal journey of the soul through the afterlife.
So what did the ancient Egyptians believe their ultimate destination was after death? To find out, Colleen wants to investigate another remarkable tomb in the hidden village of Deir el-Medina. At the ancient city of Oxyrhynchus, 100 miles south of Cairo, a Spanish archaeological team led by Esther Pons Mellado and Maite Mascort Roca is excavating a vast necropolis.
This is a very big necropolis. and with many, many, many tombs in different periods, more or less 1,300 years.
Esther and Maite work for different Spanish institutions, but every year they join forces for a dig season in Egypt. They have worked together at this site for over 20 years.
The people say that we are like her sisters because one is blonde, the other is brown the hair, and we have the same size. And they are two people in one.
The relation with Esther is perfect, I think.
We are sisters of Oxyrhynchus.
Oxyrhynchus was a rich burial site used by wealthy ancient Egyptians from the era following Tutankhamun to the age of Alexander the Great and beyond. This season, Esther and Maite plan to excavate a new section of the necropolis. They're looking for mummies that tell them how Egypt's wealthy elite prepared their dead.
We decide to work here. It's a new area, and we have another expectation. We don't know what we can find here.
The team gets to work removing layers of wind-blown sand and debris from the new unexplored area of the site.
We found the shaft. You can see the mouth of the shaft.
The shaft marks the presence of an unexplored tomb.
We know that we had found a tomb, but we don't know what kind of tomb.
The tomb appears to be a large 11-foot deep hole cut into the rocky ground. Sand and debris still cover the tomb's floor.
Okay, Salah, yes. It's Nino, yes. Okay, go there. The workers go down to clean.
The workers quickly clear the loose sand from the tomb. Esther heads down to investigate.
You see? They continue down this. Huh?
The tomb is bare, but a pile of rocky debris appears to be blocking a void at the back.
If we take out this area continues to the north, and it's long, eh?
Esther begins to document the void, but quickly spots an issue.
The problem is the ceiling, because you can see this is the natural rock, and it's not in good condition, and in this moment it's very dangerous to walk here, because you see the rocks, you go down your head, eh? But of course you listen before go to the shaft.
Esther needs to have the rocky ceiling inspected before it's safe to continue working in this part of the tomb. Only then can she find out what lies hidden behind the debris.
We think we have more surprise in this area because it's amazing.
High in the mountains, near ancient Philadelphia, Bassem is descending a narrow 44-foot deep shaft to explore a new tomb.
What we are looking at now is the core of the mountains.
He's hoping to find a burial chamber with grave goods and mummies that date from the end of ancient Egyptian civilization. At the bottom, Bassem can finally explore.
I'm really excited to investigate what could be inside this room. This is a Ptolemaic period oil lamp. It was placed in this small niche during the funeral and placing of the mummy and the coffins in this room. It's really unique because finding this material in context is something really rare.
The oil lamp is a clue that the tomb dates from the very end of ancient Egyptian civilization. It means someone must be buried here.
Imagine yourself placing one of your family members, his coffin and his mummy inside this room. It must have been really dark. This is really something special.
2,000 years ago, the ancient Egyptians only had ropes to haul themselves and the mummy in and out of the tomb. It would have been difficult and very dangerous. At the other end of the chamber, Bassem can explore no further.
This looks nearly 5 meters long, so it's a really big room. This is an enormous amount of work that has to be done to take out all of this sand from here.
Bassem's team gets to work removing debris from the tomb. It's slow going. Just like the ancient Egyptians, they can only remove the sand one bucket at a time. The workers spot something buried beneath the sand.
It seems that we dropped into a place where there's sort of pottery assemblage. We need to clean all of this debris and then we start taking it out. We need to get this pottery as complete as we can see it now.
At the Oxyrhynchus necropolis, the ceiling in Esther's tomb has been inspected for safety, and they have been given the all clear to continue excavation work.
For us, it's very important because we can continue, of course, working, and it's not danger.
Esther is searching for mummies that tell her how Egypt's wealthy elite prepared their dead. Under the debris pile at the back of the tomb, the team has made an astonishing discovery.
We found 4 mummies that you can see with the head to the south, with painting, with different with color.
The skeletons of 3 adults and 1 child are covered in fragments of painted funerary wrappings. Being buried without a coffin or sarcophagus indicates that this was a poor, low-status burial.
Perhaps the father, the mother, and the child, but this is not possible to know.
And that's not all. Beneath the skeletons, Esther can make out 2 stone sarcophagi. Crucially, their lids are still sealed.
I was really surprised because in this case it's the first time that we had found 2 sarcophagi closed, totally untouched.
Sarcophagi like these were only used by the wealthiest Egyptian elites. It's an incredibly rare and valuable discovery.
This is the first time that we found it. Never has found in another part in the necropolis in Oxyrhynchus. When we take out the lid of the sarcophagus, what happened with it, no? This is a surprise.
To find out what secrets lie inside the sealed sarcophagi, Esther's team must first document and carefully remove the mummies on top. But on the surface, the weather takes a turn for the worse. A sandstorm could blow sand into the open tomb and jeopardize the team's delicate work.
When it's really, really bad and the wind is very, very, very strong, we need to stop because it's not possible to work. It's not good for the workers, for the team.
Near Luxor, Colleen is traveling to the remains of the ancient village and necropolis of Deir el-Medina. She wants to understand what the ancient Egyptians hoped awaited them in the afterlife. This remote village, was home to the skilled craftsmen who built the pharaoh's tombs in the Valley of the Kings. Colleen heads to the tomb of one of the stonemasons. Despite its relatively small size, it's elaborately decorated.
This is a beautiful scene showing an idealized agricultural landscape, from plowing and sowing to the abundance of plant life along the Nile. This text tells us the name of this agricultural paradise is the Field of Reeds. The Field of Reeds is one of the ways in which the Egyptians could imagine the pleasurable aspects of the afterlife.
The Field of Reeds is an eternal green land of plenty, a perfect version of earthly life. Like the Nile Delta, it is a fertile haven where crops will always grow and magical laborers harvest and till the land for the deceased souls. Here, the immortal souls can live an everlasting life of luxury, hunting and fishing for leisure. But this idyllic paradise wasn't furnished with any home comforts, something the ancient Egyptians had to remedy themselves.
Today, this tomb is empty. When it was first discovered, it was intact, crammed full of objects that had been untouched for thousands of years.
The tomb was discovered in 1886. The original excavators kept meticulous records of everything they uncovered.
There are dozens of items in the list. A lot of them were intended for the burial, specifically made to be placed in the tomb. Some of my favorite are the tools the tomb owner used in life, his sandals and walking sticks, items that he wanted to have with him in the afterlife.
The ancient Egyptians believed that any earthly possessions they put inside their tomb would travel with them to the afterlife. Beneath the temple-like tomb exterior, the vaulted burial chamber was richly decorated with murals depicting the deceased's life. The tomb owner's coffin was one of many, including members of his family, all stacked on top of one another. The rest of the tomb was packed with furniture, including a special funerary bed, chair, and 6 stools. The floor was littered with ceramics and boxes containing cosmetics. It was the family's earthly possessions, all crammed into the space of a removal van, ready to take with them and use in the afterlife. But Colleen spots another scene that suggests a luxurious eternity in the afterlife, surrounded by your favorite things, wasn't guaranteed.
This scene shows knife-wielding gods that guard the portals to the underworld. For the ancient Egyptians, even if your mummy was perfectly prepared, there were still challenges before you reached the celestial realm.
To understand what dangers awaited the deceased on their journey to the afterlife, Colleen wants to travel to one of ancient Egypt's most unusual structures. In Philadelphia, Bassem's team has nearly finished clearing several tons of sand from the tomb, and they've made a major discovery.
What we have here is 2 amazing pottery coffins.
The pottery coffins could provide Bassem with valuable evidence of burial practices and beliefs at the end of ancient Egyptian civilization.
The team is working to understand and investigate what was inside this coffin. We have plenty of sand and soil that we need to work really carefully. We already started to find some skeleton remains like this sternum bone.
To understand more about the coffins and their owners, Bassem plans to remove one from the tomb and take it to his lab for analysis. But moving a fragile 2,000-year-old pottery coffin will be an immense challenge.
I'm really amazed how they have managed to get the coffin and the mummy down to this room. I'm also willing to test the reverse of this process, taking one of the coffins up to the surface.
The team below carefully removes the remaining soil and bones from the coffin. Up top, Bassem gets ready to oversee the lift.
The plan is that we will prepare almost the same size wooden box that was reinforced with beams, and then using the rope, we will take it from the burial chamber up to the surface. شيل معاه مروان من قدام يلا. يلا شيلها معنا. There's a lot of tension in this job to get it done properly. We don't want to lose the coffin.
In the tomb below, the team carefully secures the fragile coffin in the padded box. Up on the surface, Bassem and the workers prepare the winch.
We have to go back to the old school, using the rope to take it up, the same way that the ancient Egyptians used ropes to descend in this burial chamber. It's a reverse process of what was going on 2,000 years ago.
Finally, everything is set. Bassem gives the go-ahead to begin the lift.
شد سنة بسيطة. سنة بسيطة.
In Abydos, Colleen wants to investigate what challenges the ancient Egyptians had to overcome to reach the afterlife.
Abydos was important for ancient Egyptian kings because it was the location of the burials of the first kings of Egypt, and it was very significant for their beliefs in the afterlife.
Colleen explores an unusual structure called the Assyrian.
I've been studying this monument for years, but it's the first time I've been inside. It's absolutely amazing.
Like Seti I's tomb in the Valley of the Kings, the passageways are decorated with elaborate scenes etched into the walls.
This is the god Osiris, represented dozens of times on the walls. And here is his important title, Heka Duat, Lord of the Underworld.
Osiris was one of Egypt's founding gods and lord of a dark underworld realm called the Duat. In a passageway nearby, Colleen inspects a series of reliefs that paint a picture of Osiris's underworld realm. They describe the sun god Ra's nightly journey through Osiris's underworld and his passage through 12 gates, the same journey the soul of the deceased had to make to reach the afterlife.
This is a text that we know as the Book of Gates. There are 12 massive portals or gates through which the sun god must pass, and they represent the 12 hours of the nightly journey.
To reach the afterlife, a person's soul had to follow the sun god and make a long and difficult journey through the lands of the underworld. They had to cross a lake of fire that was patrolled by 4 fearsome baboons who could only be appeased by reciting the correct spell. And they needed to confront a giant serpent who represented Apep, the god of darkness and chaos. At the end of their journey, they had to face the greatest challenge of all, the lord of the underworld, Osiris himself.
The journey through the underworld was a perilous one for ancient Egyptian souls.
The deceased's soul was aided and guided by the sun god Ra on its dangerous journey. But if they made it through the underworld, even Ra couldn't help them with the final reckoning.
In order to enjoy a blessed afterlife, the deceased first had to pass the Judgment Hall.
To learn more about what final test awaited the deceased's soul, Colleen needs to decode some ominous hieroglyphs. At the necropolis of ancient Philadelphia,
سنة بسيطة. يلا.
Bassem and his team slowly lift the fragile 2,000-year-old coffin from the tomb below. The coffin could contain valuable evidence of beliefs and rituals at the end of ancient Egyptian civilization.
على الهادي خالص.
The shaft is less than 10 feet wide, and the walls are fragile. A slip with the box here could cause the walls to collapse, trapping the workers below.
شد يا بابا. ارفع يا حمدي. Finally, we did it. Reborn of the coffin.
The team prepares to take the coffin back to base camp.
It's been very stressful doing this job. Finally, we can call it a day, and we are ready now to take it to the dig house so that we can study.
Bassem will now clean the coffin and analyze the bones to try and unlock their secrets. In Abydos, Colleen is exploring the long, dark passageway beneath the Assyrian. She searches the walls for clues to the final test a person's soul must pass before they can spend an eternity in the afterlife.
This is a representation of the Judgment Hall of Osiris, what awaited the soul of the deceased. And one of the key elements of this scene is a set of scales. Here the scale pans are empty, but if this were the judgment of an individual person, one pan would have the feather of truth and the other pan would have the heart of the deceased, weighing whether or not a person had lived a moral life.
By weighing the preserved heart, Osiris would determine how a person lived their life. A pure heart that had lived a virtuous life would be light and balance with the feather of truth. For an ancient Egyptian, this was the ticket to eternal life, with the sun god Ra himself leading them into paradise. But if the heart was heavy, weighed down by guilt or wrongdoing, Ammit, the devourer, would eat it, condemning the soul to live in hell.
The ancient Egyptians feared that if the soul did not pass Osiris's test, they would be damned forever. Here we have the people who have died a second death. They have been set on fire and are condemned to spend eternity upside down.
Failing Osiris's final judgment was a fate the ancient Egyptians feared more than anything else. But if they passed, a tranquil life of luxury in the field of reeds awaited.
What determined whether or not the Egyptians enjoyed an eternal paradise was the morality and the decisions that they made during their earthly lives.
At Oxyrhynchus, the sandstorm has passed and the sun beats down on the workers once again. In the tomb, the anthropologists have removed the skeletons. Esther and Maite are thoroughly documenting the outside of the sarcophagus before they open it.
Now I are cleaning the lid, and after 3 minutes, 4 minutes, open.
They hope the sarcophagus will contain a wealthy, ancient Egyptian elite's mummy.
We are doing a photo.
A lot of photos.
A lot of.
But before the team opens the lid, they need to put on protective masks.
It's dangerous because the air has been many, many years inside this clothes.
Sealed ancient burials like this can contain dangerously harmful bacteria and mold. Now, Esther and Maite can finally open the sarcophagus and reveal any secrets hidden inside.
No, 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 no. Espera un momentito. No, espera.
Esther spots a problem with the lid.
Look this. This is part of the lid of the sarcophagus, but this limestone is very bad. No, no, no. Como que no? No, it's not possible.
Fearing the lid could crumble onto whatever lies inside the sarcophagus, Esther and Maite decide to call for specialist help.
He is Bernard. He is Bernard, restorer of the excavation.
Bernard confirms that they can't risk taking out the sarcophagus lid in one go, so they carefully remove it, piece by piece, instead.
This is amazing. Wow, beautiful.
At the Oxyrhynchus necropolis, the team carefully removes the final pieces of the fragile sarcophagus lid.
Wow. Very good. Very, very good. Inside, there is a mummy with all the cartonized bandage with color blue, red, cream, and black.
It's very, very, very beautiful. I think it's complete.
It's a stunning find. An intact and richly decorated, high-status mummy.
I'm very excited. I'm very happy also.
The mummy is covered in an elaborately painted funerary wrapping called a cartonnage. Its colors are still vivid after more than 2,000 years sealed away inside the sarcophagus.
It's one of the big discoveries in Oxyrhynchus, really, because it's the first time you have found this kind of mummy with the cartonnage, with the color, the decoration of the cartonnage, and complete.
The mummy's opulent cartonnage indicates that this ancient Egyptian was part of the wealthy elite. The exquisite decoration offers a valuable insight into how wealthy ancient Egyptians prepared for their afterlife. The cartonnage was mostly made from linen or papyrus. Covered in plaster, it was molded to the shape of the mummy beneath. The mask was specially painted to resemble the deceased, with gold skin and blue hair symbolizing divine status. They decorated the broad collar with a winged sun, representing power and godliness. And on the abdomen was the winged goddess Nut, who protected the deceased. Mimicking many elements of a royal burial, a cartonnage gave wealthy Egyptians the best chance of reaching the divine afterlife.
For them, it's very important to be protected with the gods and with the goddess. It's very important in the afterlife.
This wealthy individual could have afforded a rich and comfortable life, and they used their wealth to ensure their death was comfortable too.
It's amazing, and It's very important for the history of Syracusa.
It's for us very exciting to discover this. For my dear, for me, it has been wonderful. Today has been a very special day.
At BASEM's base camp in Philadelphia, the team is analyzing the pottery coffin, grave goods, and the skeleton found inside the tomb. BASEM hopes they offer clues to ancient Egyptian beliefs at the end of the civilization.
Now we know that he's a male from the investigation of the skull and also the pelvis. Looking through the teeth here, it's clear that he has a very good condition teeth, meaning that he was fed very well.
The teeth indicate this was a wealthy individual who could afford a substantial diet, a theory supported by the size of the man's coffin.
This is one of the largest examples of the pottery coffin that we have ever found in this cemetery. So this gigantic coffin was made specifically for this guy. The collection of the material, including the human remains, coffin, and everything fits very well with the early Ptolemaic period. These people might have been those who witnessed the early days of Philadelphia.
BASEM believes the coffin, grave goods, and partially mummified remains date from near the end of ancient Egyptian civilization. But the tomb's deep shaft, cut into the bedrock, and evidence of mummification are much older burial practices that were popular for thousands of years.
People were keen on having the same kind of rituals and were following the same tradition of the pharaonic period during the early Ptolemaic period.
The Ptolemaic period was ruled by a dynasty of Greek pharaohs. But BASEM finds no evidence of Greek influence amongst the objects from the tomb.
So one of the interesting finds that we have found is this pot with the coin inside. Placing this coin into the coffin is really important.
Placing a coin with the deceased was originally an Egyptian burial custom, but the practice went on to become a popular Greek tradition.
It's like the ticket for the afterlife.
BASEM's finds reveal that even at the end of ancient Egyptian civilization, belief in an afterlife was fundamental. And how your body was treated and the tomb you were buried in were critical to achieving immortality. This belief was so strong that it even influenced later civilizations.
They don't consider death as the end of anything. They consider death as a gate for another life.
Today, archaeologists are uncovering new information about the elaborate rituals and vast resources ancient Egyptians devoted to achieving life after death. The wealthiest filled their tombs with offerings and covered their bodies in lavish cartonages so the gods would help them on their way. And at the end of a 3,000-year-long civilization, an obsession with living for eternity was still one of their most fundamental beliefs. In some ways, they succeeded. Their elaborate tombs and mummified remains are one reason their stories are still told today. Deep inside a rock-cut tomb in Egypt's far south, an archaeologist is searching for a missing mummy.
The surface is full of stones, pottery, human remains.
He's hoping to unlock the secrets of a mostly forgotten age of vast megatombs.
We have bandages. Okay. Christina, are you there?
The Pyramids of Giza and the Valley of the Kings, icons of ancient Egypt, constructed 1,000 years apart. In between, ancient Egyptians built other spectacular but lesser-known tombs. Today, across Egypt, archaeologists are exploring these tombs to find out more about this mysterious period of Egyptian history called the Middle Kingdom. How its mighty pharaohs reunited a war-torn country, transforming Egypt and leading it into a new golden age. They're also learning why these achievements and incredible tombs have now been mostly forgotten. Near Luxor, Spanish archaeologist Miriam Seco Alvarez has started her unconventional morning commute.
I love driving in the desert, and I always wanted to do this since I was young.
Miriam is excavating a newly discovered Middle Kingdom tomb. It's part of a sprawling necropolis with a mix of rich and poor burials. She's hoping it will tell her more about Egyptian society during this lesser-known period.
Probably what we see at the end of this corridor is the burial chamber of the tomb. I would like to discover who was the man buried here, what was his position.
To do that, Miriam's team must remove several tons of debris from the steep, narrow corridor with a dangerously unstable ceiling.
Ya Nagdi, yalla, kullu illa mal, yalla. Now a group of very special workers, they will be cleaning this very carefully, and we will going down little by little to reach the burial chamber.
Half a mile further north, at Deir el-Bahari, Egyptologist and vintage fashion collector Colleen Garnell is on a mission to explore the megatombs of the Middle Kingdom's pharaohs. She wants to learn more about their rise to power and why they have been forgotten. She begins at the tomb of the very first king of the Middle Kingdom, a pharaoh called Montuhotep II.
First looking at this structure, it's quite ruined. But it's 4,000 years old, and when it was new, it would have been quite magnificent.
Colleen is exploring exactly what sort of structure Montuhotep built for his tomb.
These columns and the overall layout of the architecture indicate that this is a temple.
Tucked up against the sheer cliffs of Deir el-Bahari, Montuhotep built a vast terraced temple. Inside, over 200 pillars filled the immense hypostyle halls.
The question is, where is the king buried?
In the center of the temple, a trench descends to a tunnel.
This corridor is cut out of the bedrock in this rough vault shape, and it keeps going. The amount of work that went into this is quite stunning, and I love seeing traces of the original chisel marks right here. This is a marvel of engineering. Wow. Absolutely unbelievable to be this far down into the mountain. This is magnificent. The most costly stones that you can use in ancient Egyptian building. This is red granite that would have come from Aswan that they've hauled all the way down this corridor. This is the entrance. This is the entrance to the burial chamber itself.
The burial chamber is 500 feet deep inside the heart of the mountain.
This is astonishing. They went so far as to create that perfect architectural form of a shrine. And these holes here would have been for the doors that sealed in the coffin of the king. And to think that each of these pieces, and they're massive, had to have been brought all the way down this same corridor that I was just descending.
No Egyptian pharaoh before had ever been buried in a tomb like this.
This is a complete departure from tomb architecture in the Old Kingdom. This is not a pyramid. He's signaling that something different has started.
During the age of the great pyramid-building pharaohs, a single king ruled over all of Egypt from the northern capital of Memphis. But when the last of these pharaohs died, the kingdom fractured, and rival rulers from the north and south vied for power. For decades, war raged between the two factions, until Montuhotep II, the ruler of southern Egypt, ultimately prevailed. He reunited Egypt, moving the country's capital to Thebes in the south, and ushered in a new era, now known as the Middle Kingdom. Montuhotep's unusual burial is a nod to his southern heritage, where terraced tombs cut into the desert were popular.
Montuhotep adapts an architectural form of his local ancestors, but builds it on a monumental scale, adding this massive shaft, making this a tomb fit for a king who has just unified Upper and Lower Egypt.
Montuhotep had led Egypt out of a disastrous period of chaos and civil war. But the country was still scarred by decades of fierce rivalries and warring factions. Next, Colleen wants to explore how Montuhotep's successors faced these challenges in their bid to restore Egypt to its former glory. In Aswan, Spanish archaeologist Alejandro Jimenez Serrano is back for a new season of excavations at the site of Kubet El Hawa.
I used to tell my youngest daughter that I'm cleaning the desert as a joke. And basically, she used to tell me, "Daddy, good luck cleaning the desert."
Alejandro and his team are investigating the tomb of a high-ranking Middle Kingdom official. He's hoping to find out more about how the Middle Kingdom pharaohs governed their war-torn country.
Samenput I was the governor of the Egyptian border with the south. So he was a key figure in the Egyptian state.
After the reunification under first Middle Kingdom king Montuhotep II, Egypt started to expand, invading Nubia in the south. Saranput was charged with exploiting this new land for precious resources and exotic goods. He governed Elephantine Island, a vital strategic outpost on this new frontier. Alejandro has spent the last 5 years trying to locate the tomb's main burial chamber and mummy.
It's become a bit of an obsession.
Last season, his team uncovered a monumental shaft and chamber hidden below the innermost chapel of the tomb.
We thought that he was going to be buried there, and we were going to find at least the remains of his burial.
Inshallah. It is bedrock. It is the bedrock.
Now, Alejandro is back with a new theory.
We think that he was buried there, but then removed some years after, relocated in another part of the tomb.
And the team have just discovered a promising spot in another corner of the chapel.
This is a trench that is in the same part of where we were working last year. And we believe that this might be the last place where Saramput I was buried. So we are now excavating this, trying to find if we have a chamber, a shaft.
Several hours later, the workers have removed enough sand for Alejandro to take a first look.
Well, this is a very exciting moment because we do not know what we have behind the sand. Let's go. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It seems, ooh. Ooh. It's big. Huh.
In Abydos, Colleen is investigating the tomb of a pharaoh who lived 150 years after the Middle Kingdom was founded, to explore how he restored a war-torn Egypt to its former glory.
Absolutely incredible.
Built by a pharaoh called Senwosret III, it is one of the most innovative tombs in the history of ancient Egypt.
This is entirely carved out of the bedrock.
Here we have a massive shaft. It gives you really an idea of how far below the surface I am here.
Colleen investigates a series of small chambers and tunnels.
Wow. Giant granite blocking stones.
260 feet in, pieces of granite, nearly 6 feet tall, block the path deeper into the tomb.
This is a way of symbolically sealing the royal tomb from any outside influences. It's a good indication that we're on the way to the burial chamber.
Colleen explores a roughly cut second tunnel that may have been dug by tomb robbers. It allows her to bypass the sealed corridor.
Wow, this is the burial chamber, and look at that sarcophagus at this totally tilted angle, and it's massive. The amount of work that it would have taken to get this far deep into the tomb. Solid pieces of stone, these are monolithic.
But the tomb doesn't seem to end at the burial chamber.
The sarcophagus is here, but the corridors continue for quite some distance deeper into the tomb.
When the king died, workers hid his sarcophagus in a chamber 130 feet underground. They then sealed the tomb with bricks from floor to ceiling and blocked the steep passage with over 300 tons of highly prized red granite. But strangely, the tunnels continue beyond the burial chamber for another 250 feet. They trace a wide sweeping curve, bending back on itself. At nearly 600 feet long, it's a triumph of engineering unique in the history of ancient Egypt.
The complexity of the corridors, particularly the snaking passageway beyond the burial chamber, is directly based on how the Egyptians imagined the architecture of the underworld itself. This entire tomb is a model of the underworld. It's hard in the modern world to conceptualize how much effort it would have taken to construct this tomb, just the man hours.
The scale of this colossal tomb shows that Senwosret was both incredibly powerful and able to command huge resources. Records suggest he was a military genius who consolidated his own power across the country and massively expanded Egypt's borders. He didn't just restore his country's former glory, he turned Egypt into a regional superpower.
Senwosret III is one of the most powerful kings of his era. He rules over a time of prosperity, strength in foreign policy, a highly organized administration. His reign really is a golden age in Egyptian history.
But the Middle Kingdom pharaohs weren't done yet. Next, Khalene wants to explore an even more ambitious tomb that contains clues to why these great kings have been mostly forgotten. In Aswan, at the necropolis of Kubet el Hawa,
6.5 meters. Whew! Huh! Huge! It is huge!
Alejandro is searching a previously undiscovered chamber for the remains of Saranput, a high-ranking Middle Kingdom official.
The monumentality of this new space, this room, means that someone very important was buried in this area.
Saranput's burial could provide new evidence on how the pharaohs governed Egypt during the Middle Kingdom.
We need to open more to see what is inside. Yes!
Alejandro brings in his workers to remove the rest of the debris blocking the entrance to the chamber.
Basically, the material that we are excavating now is sand with mainly pottery.
They thoroughly check every shovel of sand they remove. Even the smallest of finds could hold valuable clues.
Aha! Ole, Mabruk!
Near Luxor, Miriam's team is trying to reach the burial chamber of a Middle Kingdom tomb. Workers are making steady progress, removing rubble from the dangerous sloping shaft. Meanwhile, Miriam joins anthropologist Victoria Peña-Romo to examine an intriguing new find from a chamber near the entrance of the tomb. They want to determine whether it's the skeleton of the tomb owner.
This is a man more than 50 years old with a lot of disease and with a lot of damage in the bone. He have break the arm. So someone who work really and carry things, a worker.
It's unclear how this man's skeleton ended up here, but their analysis suggests it's unlikely he's the true owner of such a large tomb. The team needs to get to the burial chamber. But back inside, the excavation has come to a sudden halt.
Ya Nagdi. Yalla, kullu gahes. We found a big block. So we need to remove this big block to have easy access to the burial chamber.
The team is working in a very tight underground space. They can't finish clearing the corridor without removing the boulder.
They will tie this rope around the rock. And they are going to make like a chain to pull up the big block. Halibala, ¿qué?
بالراحة خلاص صلي على النبي صلي على النبي يا راجل صلي على النبي يا راجل بالراحة.
The boulder weighs over 550 pounds. It's tough work moving such a heavy object in the cramped and steep corridor. And yet, this stone is only a fraction of the weight of the sarcophagi and granite blocks moved by the workers in ancient times.
It's a very complicated action.
كراماتك بس هذا لك بيوتكم روح يا احمد هلا هوب صلي على النبي.
Halfway up, the team hits a major obstacle, an original wall built out of one of the Middle Kingdom's most used materials, mud brick.
ممكن هم بعد ما خلصوا
In Aswan, at the site of Kubet El Hawa, Alejandro is inspecting a small object they found just outside the newly discovered chamber.
We have just found an amulet made of faience. Probably was part of a necklace, and it seems that it has an inscription.
He is hoping to find any evidence that the Middle Kingdom official, Saranput, was buried inside.
Mary Amun, beloved of the god Amun. I need to see under the sun. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
I want to see more carefully. It's Horemheb, Mary Amun. Horemheb, beloved of Amun.
The amulet dates from the time of Pharaoh Horemheb, who reigned more than 300 years after Saranput. It would have been a gift from the pharaoh to someone of high rank, who then took it with them to their grave. It shows how important it is for the team to sieve every single spade of sand.
It is special. You know, Kubet El Hawa is not a royal necropolis.
A find like this, from a much later period, could be a sign the chamber was reused after Saranput, meaning his remains may now be lost. Alejandro has to get inside to know for sure. While the workers clear the remaining sand from the doorway, Alejandro joins the rest of his team outside. They've set up a second excavation area just in front of the main tomb entrance.
We've noticed that here we have some rubble. What we are seeing here is the material, the rubbish produced by the construction of the tomb was deposited here.
Alejandro is hoping this 4,000-year-old construction spoil will help them learn more about how Saranput's tomb was built.
It's something that we have no information before. How was the construction and the decoration process of the funerary complex?
Workers sift through the sand, hunting for clues.
Although we are in winter, this is 30 degrees. It's hard.
Something.
Mabruk.
Near Luxor, Miriam's team is working out how to safely remove the large stone from their Middle Kingdom tomb. The mud brick wall blocking their way is a symbolic barrier that separated the deceased from the world of the living, much like the granite blocking stones in the huge underground tomb of Senwosret.
وفي واحد ثاني جوا في الأوضة. واحد ثاني.
They are putting this straw blanket on top of the ancient mud bricks in order not to damage them.
كويس. ده عسى خد عليك سنة.
Moving large stones in these narrow tunnels is difficult and dangerous work, just as it was for the original tomb builders. One slip could result in a serious injury.
It's always very stressful work when they move big stuff. أيوة يلا.
عنا بصلي. ارفع معه. لا لا لا.
فوق. صل على النبي. صل على النبي. أو على اللمبة. أو على اللمبة.
الخشب.
على الخشب. يقعد.
ثواني علي ما يقلبش عليكم.
Well done. Very good job.
سقف لا تقول صلي على النبي وسقف.
صلي على النبي صلي على النبي يا مريد.
The rock is out. Now we have the way free to go inside the burial chamber. We will see now what we have. This moment, it is always the most important and most amazing moment. Oh. We have bodies.
In Dashur, Colleen has come to a pyramid field 20 miles south of Giza. She wants to explore one of the Middle Kingdom's most ambitious megatombs, the Black Pyramid. It was built by a pharaoh called Amenemhat III, the son of Senwosret, who built the 600-foot-long underground tomb in Abydos.
This is a truly amazing place. And although it doesn't look like too much today, this was once a massive pyramid, just like we see out in the distance.
Today, only the core of the pyramid remains, standing in a pile of its own rubble. But it once rose 250 feet above the valley floor. When first built, the Black Pyramid was just over half the height of the Great Pyramid at Giza. It was finished in a smooth outer casing of white limestone. Underneath it, a mysterious maze of tunnels crisscrossing through the ground. Lined with huge stone blocks and totaling around 900 feet in length, they led to numerous storerooms and the burial chambers intended for Amenemhat's queens and the king himself. The Black Pyramid was designed to be one of the most elaborate tombs in Egyptian history. Colleen wants to explore why Amenemhat departed so radically from the rock-cut tombs of the Middle Kingdom's founders. She looks for clues in the network of tunnels beneath the pyramid.
Wow. This system of underground passageways is unbelievable.
It's like a maze down here. The only other pyramid with similar underground architecture is the first pyramid ever constructed in Egypt, the Step Pyramid of Djoser at Saqqara, constructed nearly 1,000 years earlier.
Djoser was revered as one of Egypt's most powerful pharaohs. His pyramid, built around 2650 BCE, sat on top of 3.5 miles of tunnels, hollowing out the ground below. No other pharaoh attempted to mimic Djoser's design until Amenemhat.
This pharaoh was really trying to show himself in relation to Egypt's first pyramid builder.
This was a hugely ambitious move, but also a strategic one. The young king had inherited a vast and prosperous kingdom from his warrior king father. With no need to mount further military campaigns, Amenemhat needed a different way of projecting his power. Linking himself to Djoser and the pyramid kings of old was a way to do that.
Amenemhat III's ambitions with this monument was to draw a connection between his reign and the golden age of the pyramids.
Next, Colleen wants to investigate whether Amenemhat's ambitious design paid off and he was able to match the achievements of the great pyramid kings of old. Near Luxor, Miriam is finally entering the burial chamber of the Middle Kingdom tomb.
Well, I can see many blocks, and we have many fragments of pottery. This will help us to date the tomb. The tomb probably was robbed already in ancient time, and that's why we find all the material mixed.
As with most wealthy tombs in ancient Egypt, the burial chamber has been looted.
but I think we can still get many information about the owner of the tomb.
Miriam searches for any trace of the person who was buried here.
And we have fragment of wood, probably coming from the wooden coffin.
Wood was scarce in ancient Egypt, so a wooden coffin could be a clue that the owner of the tomb was wealthy. Miriam hunts for any human remains.
We have a human skull. This skull could be the owner of the tomb.
Miriam scours the ground around the skull for any clues to what sort of man this was.
I see remains of wood. We have a fragment of a cane belonging to the owner of the tomb.
Miriam thinks this could be a section of a ceremonial staff because of its distinctive shape and diameter, similar to staffs found in tombs across Egypt. Only a small section survives in this tomb, but they were often made from expensive imported wood. They were only used by the highest echelons of Egyptian society. The wooden coffin, cane, and sheer scale of the tomb now paint a picture of the sort of person who was buried here.
It's a very special tomb. We can guess that the tomb belonged to someone from the high society.
This lavish burial is evidence that the success of the Middle Kingdom pharaohs trickled down through Egyptian society and led to the flourishing of a new class of wealthy elites.
This is interesting. For us, every discovery adds you information about this important period of the Middle Kingdom.
In Aswan,
It's difficult to say, but it seems a working tool.
Alejandro is studying the strange stone that's come out of the construction spoil outside Saronput's tomb.
This is a stone that they use to polish the surface of the rock, to smooth the facade of the tomb. It's amazing.
The team searches for more artifacts deeper in the spoil.
It seems that it's a test from the sculptor, probably trying to test the stone before making the final reliefs of the main door of the funerary complex. It's very interesting because it shows us the process of construction of the tomb.
These finds suggest that Saronput's tomb was constructed by highly skilled artisans. This fits in with ancient texts from the same period.
We know from the text that Saronput received a group of royal artisans to build his tomb.
According to the story, Saronput supplied the pharaoh's army on its way to conquer Lower Nubia. The king sent his own artisans to help construct Saronput's tomb as a reward. It was a huge honor.
So here, what we have is made by the hands of a royal sculptor.
Back inside the tomb,
Door is finished. Inshallah, it was nice work.
the team have cleared the entrance to the new chamber. Alejandro can finally go inside. In Aswan, at the site of Kubet al-Hawa, Alejandro is entering the new chamber inside Saronput's tomb. He wants to see whether it contains Saronput's missing body.
Well, the surface is full of stones, human remains, pottery. We have bandages, Okay.
Alejandro hunts for any clues that will help him date the remains.
The pottery seems to date to the New Kingdom.
Just like the scarab found outside the chamber, the pottery inside dates to the New Kingdom. This confirms that the chamber was reused centuries after Sarenput died, and his remains are nowhere to be found.
It's a real pity. Okay.
It's a unique experience to get into an area where nobody has been since thousands of years. But I found no trace of Sarenput I.
But a mystery remains. Was Sarenput ever buried inside this chamber? Or was it built for someone else?
Now we have to explain which was the purpose of this chamber.
While his team starts processing the material left inside, Alejandro looks for clues in the faded inscriptions throughout the tomb. In the corridor leading towards the chamber,
By chance, I passed by here and I noticed that here there was the remains of an inscription that actually is the name of one of the sons of Sarenput I. So we know who these figures were, and they were the sons of Sarenput.
it's a vital clue that Alejandro has never seen before. He now thinks Sarenput himself never used the chamber. It was built for his sons.
It has some logic that they were buried in the innermost part of Sarenput I's tomb in a very privileged place. The family wanted to be united in the afterlife. The best option was to bury them in the same funerary complex.
Alejandro may not have found Sarenput's missing mummy, but he has uncovered a new piece in the puzzle of this spectacular megatomb. When Sarenput built his tomb, the pharaoh gave him his elite team of builders and the finest royal artisans. They built him a monumental funerary complex with extra chambers for his family. Ancient texts say it was fitted with an exquisite coffin, a gift from the pharaoh himself, and precious grave goods, including furniture from the royal household. The grandeur of Sarenput's tomb is a testament to the way the Middle Kingdom pharaohs governed their country.
The monumentality of his tomb is telling us a lot of information about the royal administration here, the prices that the king gave to the local elite.
During the Middle Kingdom, the pharaohs developed a sophisticated system of government. They appointed trusted governors, like Sarenput, to rule key territories and kept them loyal by rewarding them with splendid megatombs.
For me, the Middle Kingdom is not only a golden age of the Egyptian history, it is the period in which Egypt gets its maturity.
In Dashur, at the Black Pyramid, Colleen is exploring whether Pharaoh Amenemhat's ambitious construction project paid off, and if he was able to match the achievements of the mighty pyramid kings of old.
The care that they took in the construction, even in this long corridor. And yet, cracks emerged.
She hunts for clues in the network of tunnels below the pyramid.
These are modern repairs to shore up the construction, but You can see the ancient beams here. Those would have been added almost 4,000 years ago because there was already subsidence in the pyramid structure. And what that would have meant is that there was instability.
Unlike the pyramids at Giza, Amenemhat built on the clay of the Nile floodplain, just 33 feet above sea level. Here, groundwater could seep upwards and soften the earth beneath. As the pyramid took shape, its tremendous weight pushed down on its network of underground tunnels. Cracks appeared in the ceilings, and workers had to shore up the walls with wood and mud brick. Amenemhat had tried to build himself a megatomb like the kings of old, but he failed. He abandoned his ambitious project, and the pyramid began to crumble.
One unfortunate result of the instability in this pyramid was that the king was never buried here, only his queen.
The Black Pyramid took many years and huge resources to build, but ended up being a very costly failure. And Colleen thinks the mistakes made on this pyramid hold a clue to why so many of the Middle Kingdom pharaohs have also been forgotten.
These are mud bricks. This is mud mixed with straw. That is what this pyramid was constructed of at its core. What is in the thousands behind me? Only the exterior casing blocks were made of limestone, which is a completely different situation from the Giza pyramids, where the entire pyramid is made of stone.
Mud brick was a popular building material during the Middle Kingdom because it was easy to manufacture, cheap, and light. But it has a fatal flaw.
Mud brick simply does not survive the same way as a solid stone pyramid.
Colleen thinks this is a key reason the Middle Kingdom pharaohs have been forgotten. They either built their vast megatombs underground, where they remained hidden, or constructed mud brick tombs that simply weathered away.
Kings of the Middle Kingdom built incredible monuments, but many of them were not constructed in the same way as either monuments before or after. So many of the traces of this remarkable period are lost to history.
Today, archaeologists continue to unlock the secrets of the megatombs of the Middle Kingdom, how Egyptian civilization prospered, giving rise to a sophisticated new elite, how its pharaohs appointed powerful local governors to run the country and kept them loyal with lavish rewards, and why, despite building some of the most spectacular monuments in Egyptian history, they have now mostly been forgotten.
We are ready to go inside the tomb. Oh my God, wow.
In a newly opened 3,000-year-old tomb, archaeologists investigate the last mystery of the boy king, Tutankhamun.
A lot of human remains, a lot of skeleton. I need more light. Oh my God. Skulls everywhere. Wow. Looks like could be a mummy.
The Valley of the Kings, an ancient desert necropolis, and in the 2nd millennium BC, the final resting place of the pharaohs of Egypt's new kingdom. Here, 100 years ago, archaeologists made one of their greatest discoveries ever. They found the most spectacular treasures ever recovered from one of the most alluring civilizations in human history. The lost tomb of Tutankhamun. Tutankhamun became Egypt's pharaoh at just 9 years old. He died only 10 years later. The boy king and the treasures buried with him made headlines around the world. But compared to other pharaohs' tombs, Tutankhamun's burial chamber is small and poorly decorated. Why is he buried in such uninspiring surroundings? What could it reveal about his life? Now, at sites across Egypt, we follow teams of archaeologists and investigators working to unlock Tutankhamun's last mystery.
Wow. Whoa.
Egyptologist Aliyah Ismail has worked in the Valley of the Kings since 2014. At just 30, she leads a team of fellow Egyptians who, for the first time ever, are digitally reconstructing the valley's tombs and recording them for posterity. They're searching for clues to how King Tutankhamun's tomb was built that might explain the mystery of his strange burial.
This tomb is very small, and you notice that once you get in. Also, the figures, they look very different from other tombs in the valley. They're almost like child's drawing. Immediately, I can understand that there's something wrong with this tomb.
Deep inside the Valley of the Kings, tunnels burrow deep into the rock. In the largest tomb, there are more than 100 chambers. In the center of the valley lies the most famous tomb of all, the tomb of Tutankhamun. It was discovered full of treasures and with a coffin made of over 240 pounds of solid gold. But all this was packed into just 4 tiny rooms. Archaeologists have studied the tomb for a century, but it still hasn't given up all its secrets.
There's certainly something not right about this tomb. It's very different from other tombs in the Valley of the Kings.
To better understand the strangeness of Tutankhamun's tomb, Aliyah compares it to a tomb created less than 50 years after Tutankhamun's burial, the tomb of Seti I. Seti's tomb has 10 rooms compared to Tutankhamun's 4. Most of these rooms were likely full of treasures. They are still lined with stunningly carved and painted reliefs. It's spectacular compared to Tutankhamun's.
Here you can see so much work, so much effort has been put into making this tomb what it is today.
Aliyah uses the world's most precise 3D scanner to map the walls of Seti's tomb. She compares her results to the scans the team have already made of Tutankhamun's tomb. The scans allow Aliyah to analyze the tomb's carvings and paintings and compare the level of craftsmanship at work in each. The comparison could reveal crucial information about Tutankhamun's last days and may explain why he ended up in such a tiny and poorly decorated tomb.
We're trying to get all the little details that one wouldn't see with their eyes out into the scanners.
What lost details will Aliyah's scans reveal? Can they explain the mystery of Tutankhamun's tomb? In Gebel El Silsila, Swedish archaeologist Maria Nilsson and her British husband, archaeologist John Ward, are heading out to a dig for the first time since the global COVID pandemic forced them off-site.
It's going to be an amazing day today.
I expect the same.
Maria and John are picking up where they left off. They're following the lead of a 120-year-old archaeological report that briefly mentions a now lost temple. The report doesn't describe the temple itself, but it does describe its location, claiming that it once stood on the Nile's west bank, where the quarry workers' village lies. When they were last here, Maria and John dated the quarry workers' village to the reign of Tutankhamun, and they suspect he built the Lost Temple too. They are now searching for evidence that could back up their hunch. To get to their dig, they must cross the Nile. The team's effort to board their boat bright and early didn't go quite as quickly as planned.
It's one of those usual mornings when we go over to Tut's village, it's always chaos because we've got to get everything on the boat
The
first.
first day is always chaos because you need to move all the equipment.
Yeah. All right, guys, يلا بينا.
شكراً.
On the west bank of the Nile, the team makes the tough hike across open country toward the workers' village.
There's nothing easy about going up this hill.
Once there, Maria searches out Tutankhamun's inscription.
So we know that this is the name of Tutankhamun based on the combination of hieroglyphs that you have here.
There's lots of evidence of Tutankhamun in this quarry workers' village.
Considering that we have Tutankhamun here, we have it in the workers' village, we do have a hunch that the temple was also constructed by Tutankhamun.
Before they set off to search for any ruins, John and Maria check their bearings. From here onward, everything they excavate is in archaeologically uncharted territory.
If Tut's village is here, and then our wadi is in here.
So we believe that the temple is somewhere in this
Somewhere in that area. Go on, Connor.
This is exciting.
It is
We're
indeed.
finally here.
Finally.
The team gets to work searching the landscape. They scan the surface material, hunting for evidence that the lost temple stood here.
I want them to start from that big stone. Yep. And I want them to sweep as a line, taking in that edge, and then we work our way up. Okay? But they have to look at every single stone.
A meticulous search across the valley floor eventually delivers a result. Team foreman Ahmed Mansour brings over something special.
What you got?
Oh, yeah. Yes!
In Luxor, behind the Valley of the Kings, lies the sprawling necropolis of Asasif, an ancient burial ground for the elite nobles who served the pharaohs. Egyptian archaeologist Ez El Nobi and his team are excavating a giant tomb with an impressive pillared entrance. Ez was fascinated by ancient Egypt as a boy and has spent his entire adult life excavating the tombs here at Asasif.
We hope it's intact tomb. Inshallah, we hope.
Can this huge tomb shed light on the mystery of Tutankhamun's tomb and help reveal why it lacks the usual majesty?
But till now, we don't know the name of the owner. May have a job like a scribe or a priest or high priest or vizier. Who knows?
The workers labor beneath a hot desert sun to haul each 10-pound bucket of sand up and out of the 20-foot deep tomb courtyard. But soon, the team uncovers a clue.
We find the little rope. We don't know the function of the rope. This may be part of bandages of mummy.
The rope looks good as new, but it's over 2,500 years old. It's a big clue that inside the tomb, there may be ancient mummies. Ever since Tutankhamun's treasures were discovered, unopened tombs have been a holy grail for archaeologists. As his team clears away sand to open up this tomb's entrance, expectations are high that there are treasures inside. As they dig, they uncover more and more pieces of fabric and bone. The sheer quantity of finds is a good sign.
They found some linen bandages, raw bandages, I think. Yeah, we have human bones, linen, ropes.
The number of artifacts coming out of the sand suggests that this is a very large tomb. Debris like this is strong evidence it was raided in the past. To drop this much material on their way out, tomb raiders must have found a significant hoard inside.
I think we will have more than one mummy because we have many kinds of linen, different colors and different fabric.
The team works all morning to clear sand from the tomb's entrance. Finally, there's enough room for Ez to take a peek.
Wow, I am very excited. I want to know what's inside. Wow, my God, it is a very big hallway.
At Saqqara, Egyptian archaeologist Ola El Alguizi is also trying to unearth a lost tomb. Ola is looking for new evidence to understand how tombs were built in Egypt in the generations that followed Tutankhamun. That evidence might shed light on the mystery of Tutankhamun's own tomb. Ola has been studying Egypt's tombs since the 1970s, when she became fascinated with decoding and understanding ancient hieroglyphs.
We are expecting to find something important, so we are waiting in suspense, yes.
3 years ago, Ola discovered an intriguing limestone lentil here, with the name engraved into it, Ta Muya. Her investigations reveal this figure was born into a military family. He lived just 50 years after Tutankhamun.
What we found in this whole area are military men. This habit of getting military buried here has begun since the time of Tutankhamun.
Ola directs her team to search for the tomb's entrance, near where she found the lentil. Soon, white limestone blocks emerge from beneath the sand.
Oh, I can see hieroglyphic text here, a wall. Oh my God, so nice.
To be sure this is the entrance to Ta Muya's lost tomb, Ola investigates the ancient inscriptions.
The great overseer of the stables in the temple of King of Upper and Lower Egypt, and then the name of the deceased, Ta Muya.
The hieroglyphs confirm this is the entrance to Ta Muya's tomb. Now, Ola's team must excavate further. They have to dig through several tons of sand and hope the tomb and its treasures are intact after 3,300 years. just inside the tomb's entrance, they reveal something extraordinary.
You found something?
A beautiful painted artwork on plaster.
Wow. This. Whoa, 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 whoa.
At Gebel El Silsila, near a quarry workers' village on the west bank of the Nile, Maria and John's search for evidence of a temple that may have been built by Tutankhamun unearths a precious clue.
That is gorgeous.
Oh, isn't that beautiful?
Oh, it's a typical Amarna ware.
Look at the lotus.
This pottery is so typical for what we know as the Amarna period. So from Amenhotep III through to Tutankhamun.
The pottery shard is painted with blue lotus flowers, a typical motif from the time of Tutankhamun. This find confirms that the old reports of some kind of permanent settlement here are accurate, and that this settlement dates to the era of the Boy King.
It's easy to imagine that this was once part of a massive water vessel that once stood in the courtyard of the temple, that once stood in this wadi. And for us, that is a beautiful piece of datable material.
To find conclusive evidence that a temple once stood here, the team starts the first of several trenches. If they can find pieces of an ancient wall, it will be a significant clue that a large structure once stood here. As the workers remove the top levels of sand, they make another discovery.
Amazing! I love you. Where? Fen, where did you find it?
It's a piece of worked sandstone.
It's small, but that's just made my day. That is from the interior of the structure, whether that be a temple, kiosk, shrine, whatever it was. It has plaster and then painted inscription relief over the top.
The team finds more and more pieces of dressed stone in the trenches and among the surface scatter.
This proves that there was something here that was more substantial.
The dressed stone is evidence that the team could have found Tutankhamun's temple.
You know, no one's ever documented this temple, and we're the first ones to do it. And to me, that's just amazing. It's awesome.
Less than a mile from Tutankhamun's tomb in the Valley of the Kings, Ez is preparing to enter a tomb he has just opened. The discoveries awaiting Ez inside may have lain unseen by human eyes for nearly 3,000 years. By the end of the first workday, the tomb's entrance is completely clear.
We are ready to go inside the tomb. Oh my God. Wow. A lot of human remains, a lot of skeleton. I need more light. Oh my God. Skulls everywhere. To the hundreds of skulls, hundreds of human remains. It is very big discovery. The biggest discovery for my career.
Today's discovery is a once-in-a-lifetime find. It's instantly clear that the tomb is far bigger than the burial chamber in Tutankhamun's tomb, and doorways lead off to more rooms. To discover who this tomb was built for, Ez must investigate the far end of the chamber. To get there, the team must remove each of the 100-plus bones littering the floor. It's likely that these are the bones of many generations of the same family.
We have to work carefully with the bones because it's so fragile.
With clear access, Ez finds further passageways leading off the main hall and a false door. A false door is a door frame carved into solid stone. Those buried here believed their souls would pass through this and into the afterlife.
It is a very big tomb, a lot of room, a lot of bones.
The false door often carries inscriptions identifying the tomb owner, but here there's no evidence of their identity.
No inscription. For this, I can't tell the name of the owner of the tomb.
For a moment, it looks like the tomb may have revealed all of its secrets. But in the corner, Ez spots a mysterious shape under the sand.
Wow. Looks like could be a mummy.
Ez's team works quickly to free the mummy from millennia of dust.
I think maybe the owner of the tomb or one of his family. Ya Ahmad, please come.
Now, the team must move the mummy to the site's conservation area. Ahmed Mohammed, the team's conservator, prepares the linen to stop it from disintegrating.
كله تمام؟ ممكن تطلع؟
Workers face a tough challenge to maneuver the mummy out of the tomb and up a flimsy scaffold to the top of the 20-foot deep courtyard. The operation is fraught with danger for both the work crew and the mummy.
اطلع لفوق اطلع لفوق اطلع لفوق لقى بدر لقى بدر هين بس الصلاة على النبي
صلاة على النبي
The workers deliver the mummy to the restoration team without it or them coming to any harm. Analysis of the mummy will help the team uncover this tomb's lost secrets. Why did a servant of the pharaohs get a bigger tomb than Tutankhamun himself?
I am very, very happy. We found tombs, we found mummies, we found big number of human remains, but still a lot of work ahead.
Mummification was practiced for 3,000 years of Egyptian history on pharaohs like Tutankhamun and their servants buried here. They believed it preserved the body for the afterlife. Belief in this afterlife was constant and unshakable, except for one brief and shocking moment in Egyptian history when the pharaoh's faith in eternal life vanished. It was a revolution that shaped Tutankhamun's short life. Did it also shape his mysterious tomb? At Gebel El Silsila, Maria and John have found evidence of a building on the valley floor. Their finds suggest the structure could be a temple dating to the time of King Tutankhamun.
This little shard, this little fragment, is all that I have left at this present moment of what was once a highly decorated temple situated somewhere in this wadi.
Maria and John will continue their investigation. But another mystery here could help explain Tutankhamun's tomb and the religious revolution that surrounded his life. Previous generations of pharaohs, including Tutankhamun's father, built on the east bank of the Nile. But strangely, Tutankhamun quarried and built on the west bank.
When we look at the reasons why Tutankhamun had his quarries on the west bank, we do think that it has a strong link with the priesthood, the priesthood of god Amun, and that they wanted to see him with a fresh start.
Tutankhamun's powerful high priests wanted a fresh start because they were fighting for their survival. When Tutankhamun's father, Akhenaten, became pharaoh, he led a revolution that transformed Egyptian religion. He abandoned sacred temples, and he banned belief in the old gods and the afterlife. He replaced them with a single god, the Aten. Akhenaten built a new capital, Amarna, abandoning the traditional home of the pharaohs at Thebes. When Akhenaten died, Tutankhamun faced a choice: carry on his father's unpopular religious revolution, or restore the old gods to their temples and their priests.
Tutankhamun's father, Akhenaten, not only did he close the temples and reduce the pantheon of gods down to just one, the Aten, he created a chaotic system which unfortunately Tutankhamun inherited.
Tutankhamun's father, as a self-proclaimed god on earth, declared that he alone could communicate with the sun god, Aten. Neither the high priests nor Egypt's nobles were happy. When the boy king, Tutankhamun, came to the throne, many of his most important advisors demanded he reverse his father's revolution.
Tutankhamun was a young pharaoh, and he would have relied heavily upon his advisors and the court around him.
Tutankhamun agreed to return to the old ways. He quarried and built on the opposite bank of the Nile to his father to make clear his opposition to his father's reforms.
I think he was able to, in his short reign, re-establish the power of Egypt. Tutankhamun was able to revive Egypt like a phoenix out of the chaos that his father had left behind.
Did Tutankhamun's counter-revolution succeed? And can this decisive moment in Egyptian history explain the mystery of his unimpressive tomb? Just 4 miles from Luxor in the Valley of the Kings, Aliyah and her team are using a 3D scanner to investigate the tombs of Tutankhamun and Pharaoh Seti I. Seti is buried in a majestic 10-room tomb. Tutankhamun's 4-room tomb is so small, it hardly seems fit for a pharaoh. At the team's headquarters, Aliyah compares the scan results to reveal hidden details in each tomb's wall decorations and investigates if they are connected to the religious revolution that shaped Tutankhamun's reign.
So this is our lab where the magic happens.
Aliyah puts the scans of each tomb side by side and investigates.
The difference between Seti and Tut is visible. Seti's tomb, it has so many carved details. It's so intricately done and very special. But however, when we're going to Tut's tomb, it's just plaster and paint.
Her 3D scans reveal unique and unprecedented details. So, Aliyah can see a remarkable flaw in Tutankhamun's tomb.
When you zoom in, you can have a look at the faint outline of the brush marks. It's obvious that the plaster was still wet when they started painting over it.
The brush marks point to an extraordinary theory.
It seems that somebody wanted to rush Tutankhamun's burial. Clearly, someone wanted to close the tomb doors quickly, not even waiting for the plaster to dry before applying the paint.
The rush to finish Tutankhamun's tomb adds to the mystery of its small size. Who was responsible for leaving the boy king in this underwhelming tomb? Was it revenge for his father's revolution? Inside King Tutankhamun's tiny tomb, Aliyah continues her investigation.
There's certainly something not right about this tomb.
A crucial clue to the identity of the person who buried Tutankhamun in this unworthy tomb rests with a puzzling portrait painted onto the tomb walls. Before Tutankhamun's body was taken down into his tomb, a figure dressed in leopard skin performed a sacred ritual. He touched a serpent-headed blade to the eyes and lips of Tutankhamun, believing it allowed the dead pharaoh's soul to see and breathe. His spirit could now take part in a feast with his mourners, sustenance for the journey that they believed Tutankhamun would make into the afterlife. It was a ritual traditionally performed by the heir to the throne. Was the leopard-skinned figure also responsible for Tutankhamun's tomb? Aliyah travels to the nearby Valley of the Monkeys to investigate the mysterious man.
This tomb is the tomb of Ai. This is my first time here.
Ai is the man who is depicted guiding Tutankhamun's soul to the afterlife on the walls of Tutankhamun's tomb. He was possibly the father of Tutankhamun's stepmother, Nefertiti, and a trusted advisor to the boy king throughout his reign.
It's amazing how the background color is yellow, which is the same as Tut's tomb. And the drawing style is also the same. The same opening of the mouth scene exists in Tut. Also, there's no carving. The wall is just plaster and paint. It's almost like the same person did the two tombs.
Tutankhamun died young, with no heirs. His premature death led to a power struggle among those with a claim to become the next pharaoh. Was Ai and his battle to become king responsible for Tutankhamun's strange burial? At Saqqara, Ola's team of archaeologists is searching for the tomb of a man called Ta Muya. He was an important aide to the pharaoh who ruled Egypt 50 years after Tutankhamun's death. Tutankhamun was intent on reversing his father's religious revolution. Did his plan succeed? Ola's Egyptian colleague, Tariq Tawfiq, spots a piece of intriguing evidence.
Ta Muya and his wife on limestone. This is good news.
And I think I will have the name of the wife now. Merit F, his beloved. And then this is supposed to be her name, Tuwi.
Carved reliefs of Ta Muya and his wife, Tubi, fill the tomb walls.
We have the deceased and his wife, and they are going and being received by a god. And it's not Osiris, And it's not Tah, so who was it? Atum, maybe?
This is significant, religiously significant.
The reliefs depict the couple's journey to heaven and their eternal life in paradise. Similar scenes adorn the walls of Tutankhamun's tomb. Ancient Egyptians, just 50 years after the death of Tutankhamun, still believed that carvings like these on tomb walls magically transformed the afterlife into reality. But to which gods were these paintings and reliefs dedicated? Who did the Egyptians worship now after Tutankhamun's death? And what does it mean for the mystery of his tomb? Tariq and Ola continue their excavations. They could shed light on whether ancient Egyptians still worshiped the sun god Aten, as demanded by Tutankhamun's father, or had they returned to the older pantheon of gods? On site, the workers continue to search for this tomb's burial chamber.
It's always exciting. Sometimes there's even between the workmen a bit of a competition. Who will find first?
While conservators move the painted walls to the storerooms for safekeeping, Tariq spots something in the sand.
We have a pillar, and I can see already there is a jet pillar decorated on it.
It's an important find. This pillar confirms the nature of ancient Egyptian religious beliefs in the years after the Amarna Revolution and Tutankhamun's death.
This is exciting. The deceased is appearing now as he would have been carrying the jet pillar.
The Djed symbol represents the god Osiris, who arose from the dead to live again as king of the afterlife. Ancient Egyptians painted the symbol on the bottom of coffins and wrapped the mummy with Djed amulets to summon Osiris and rejuvenate the soul of the deceased. They also carved Djed symbols onto the pillars in their tombs to follow Osiris to the afterlife.
In the time of Amarna, they told them that there is no afterlife. After there was a reaction, an extreme worshipping Osiris.
The team has found inscriptions to Osiris and Ptah, gods whose worship Tutankhamun's father had forbidden. It's more evidence Tutankhamun had abandoned his father's revolution. He had restored belief in the afterlife and the power of all Egypt's gods. The religious revolution, demanding the worship of a single sun god, was over. This was a feat that deserved a magnificent burial and a majestic tomb. So why didn't Tutankhamun's mummy get the tomb it deserved? In the Valley of the Kings, Aliyah is investigating this mystery. Why did Ai banish Tutankhamun to such a small and poorly decorated tomb? Aliyah examines Ai's tomb to look for clues.
That's the baboon wall. Both Tut and I opted for the same scene, almost like the same person chose what goes in each tomb.
The uncanny similarities between the two chambers suggest a common hand was at work on both, but only Ai's tomb was fit for a pharaoh.
It's very similar to the tomb of Tutankhamun. The style, the artwork, the sarcophagus, but it's so much bigger.
The artistic style of the two tombs suggests that I may have been responsible for decorating both. Investigators now suspect that when Tutankhamun died unexpectedly young, the lavish tomb he ordered for himself was not finished. I seized the moment. He ordered Tut be buried in a smaller tomb. It was quickly decorated and sealed before the paint had a chance to dry. With Tutankhamun gone, and before any challengers could oppose him, I crowned himself pharaoh and decreed that when he died, he would take Tutankhamun's tomb.
I buried Tutankhamun in the smaller tomb so he could have the bigger tomb for himself. This is the tomb that was intended for Tutankhamun, the tomb of I.
I banished Tutankhamun to an unworthy tomb to secure his place as pharaoh. Later pharaohs erased Tutankhamun from history, smearing his name as the son of a heretic. But 100 years ago, when his tomb was discovered, Tutankhamun was reborn a superstar. Now, experts use the clues to piece together his true legacy. As a boy king, dealing with the aftermath of his father's religious revolution, Tutankhamun navigated a royal court in turmoil. But heeding the advice of his most trusted advisors, he reinstated the priesthood, he rebuilt Egypt's temples, and he replaced the sun god Aten with the Egyptian gods of old. After his father's years of misrule, the reign of the young pharaoh Tutankhamun saw Egypt restored to greatness.
This site is unbelievable.
Deep underground, a 2,000-year-old tomb filled with mummies has been devastated by tomb raiders.
Finding a burial shaft like this, it makes our stay in the desert worth it.
Archaeologists scan through the wreckage in search of clues to what happened.
Okay, that's it. Unbelievable. The mummy, it's not looking usual. We are going to investigate it right now.
The Great Pyramids of ancient Egypt. These structures were created to protect the tombs of the mightiest kings and queens of the ancient world and the unimaginable wealth they were buried with. But ever since they rose from the desert floor, they've been a target for attack from tomb raiders. The battle between tomb builders and tomb robbers has raged for millennia. Now, archaeologists across Egypt are unlocking the secrets of the origins of tomb raiding, how pyramids and tombs evolved to better protect the dead, and how the latest technology can salvage vital information from the wreckage these ancient raiders left behind. In Saqqara, British archaeologist John Ward has come to Egypt's first ever pyramid, the Great Step Pyramid of Djoser.
Man's first skyscraper, in effect. What an achievement.
John and his wife, archaeologist Maria Nilsson, have spent 14 years exploring the quarries of the great pharaohs on the banks of the Nile. Today, John is investigating how the builders of the first pyramid tried to keep the riches inside safe from tomb raiders.
For the robbers, this huge structure just literally dominating the landscape was like a beacon.
Tomb raiders were the scourge of ancient Egypt. Egyptians were often buried with gold and other valuables, with the richest taking vast stores of treasure to their graves. For robbers, this was irresistible, and the pyramid builders knew it. Beneath thousands of tons of limestone, a vertical shaft descends 90 feet to the burial chamber. Here, the pharaoh's mummy was laid to rest within a vast granite sarcophagus. A 3.5-mile-long labyrinth of underground tunnels strewn with offerings protected the burial chamber to preserve the pharaoh's body and riches for eternity.
What's amazing is that the achievement is supposed to be the pyramid above us that rises out of the desert floor. But actually, it's this labyrinth. These tunnels just keep on going on and on and on.
With multiple false doors and dead ends, builders designed the labyrinth to confuse and deter any would-be thieves.
I've only been in here for about 10 minutes, and already I've completely lost my bearings.
If they got past the labyrinth, the robbers then needed to break into the burial chamber to access the riches it contained. Ancient Egyptians believed they could take their luxurious possessions, like jewelry and furniture, with them into the afterlife. So, to protect the pharaoh and his treasures, the builders plugged the entrance to the chamber with huge granite blocks.
After going through all of the challenges, the labyrinth, getting lost like I did, they were confronted by all of this stacked red granite, and hiding behind it all was the actual sarcophagus of the living god, the pharaoh himself.
This pyramid was specifically engineered to keep thieves out. But like almost every other pyramid in Egypt, it's empty. Robbers found a way in.
These pyramids failed in their fundamental task in protecting the pharaoh and his wealth. And we see evidence of that everywhere.
When robbers broke into tombs, they looked for high-value, easy-to-carry loot, such as jewels and gold. They often headed straight for the mummies, since they contained highly prized sacred amulets concealed beneath the bandages. They even stole the valuable white limestone that covered the pyramids to use for their own building projects. But ancient Egyptians punished tomb raiders severely. If caught, they were impaled on a giant spike in a public execution. Despite the risks, looters ransacked almost all of ancient Egypt's elite burial sites, including the pyramids. How did raiders get into such well-protected tombs? To find out, John is traveling to the site of one of the most audacious robberies in ancient Egypt, perfectly preserved for thousands of years. In Luxor's Deir el-Bahari, behind the cliffs of the Valley of the Kings, Egyptian archaeologist Fatih Yassin and his 70-person team are excavating a colossal tomb built around 1,500 years after the Great Pyramids. Fatih dreamed of becoming an archaeologist ever since visiting nearby Luxor on a school trip. He's worked here for the last 30 years. The tomb was part of a grand complex with an ornate courtyard built to flaunt the high social status of those buried inside. But like the Great Pyramids, this ostentatious site was a magnet for raiders. It's a mess of bones, mummified remains, and fragments of pottery.
It will be very difficult for us because we lost a lot of information.
Fatih wants to know why this particular tomb has been so thoroughly disturbed. Surprisingly, in ancient Egypt, wealth and riches were not the only prize that raiders were after. The tomb itself was also valuable for later reuse by elites and their families. Was this damage all caused by robbers? Or was the tomb cleared out so it could be used by someone new? To find out, Fatih is searching for the tomb's original owner.
We have to make our excavation here slowly, with patience and hope.
His team is clearing a path to the tomb's burial chamber, where they hope to find the tomb owner's body. Whoever the owner was, they were rich. The tomb stands in prime position next to the mighty temple of Hatshepsut. Its lavish entrance and large sunken courtyard were designed to impress during special festivals of the dead. Carved on the western wall of the tomb's hallway was a false door. Ancient Egyptians believed it acted as a portal for the tomb owner's spirit. During elaborate celebrations, ancient Egyptians came here to leave offerings of food, drink, and flowers, which they believed the spirits could take back into the afterlife. The revelers even slept here at night to communicate with the souls of their ancestors in dreams. But these tombs became a target not just for raiders, but also for people who wanted the tombs for themselves. After several weeks' work, Fatih's team has cleared the way to the burial chamber at the tomb's heart. Fatih can now enter it for the first time to see if the original owner is still inside.
Wow. Wow. Huge tomb. Big tomb. Oh my God.
Like the rest of the tomb, the mess of debris strewn across the burial chamber floor is a sign ancient tomb robbers ransacked this room long ago.
All of the staff suffered a lot from the robbers during the last ancient time because not arranged in the original way.
But it's not clear when or why this tomb was disturbed. Was it looters on the hunt for treasure? Or did someone remove the original owner and reuse the tomb, installing a new mummy in their place?
The robbers during that times, they broke everything.
The burial chamber contains no mummies. The original tomb owner has been removed or destroyed.
For this moment, we don't know yet. It is not clear in front of me.
But back in the main chamber, Fatih's head technician, Saeed, has made a breakthrough. He's found what looks like a pristine mummy.
We are so lucky because we found very beautiful mummy here. From the first look, I think it's very good condition.
In Philadelphia, an ancient city in the desert south of Cairo, Egyptian archaeologist Bassem Gehad has spent years uncovering an ancient necropolis buried under the desert. Today, he and his team are on their way to a tomb from the final years of Egyptian civilization. It was built almost 2,500 years after the first pyramid, and it was created with one thing in mind: keeping raiders out. The builders learned from the mistakes of their predecessors. They left no pyramid or temple to mark the tomb's location and hid it in the middle of the desert at the bottom of a perilous 36-foot shaft.
The idea behind this deep burial shaft and hiding it in the mountain was to keep it very safe and secure from these tomb raiders. It's a kind of securing the afterlife. And we are very enthusiastic to see what could be inside.
But how successful were the tomb builders? Did they manage to keep the raiders out? Bassem needs to go down and investigate. To do that, the team needs to haul a 440-pound hand-operated winch up the mountain and secure it over the shaft.
يلا يا حمدي اظبط البراويل اظبط الونش يلا. But we have to keep ourselves secured.
With the winch in place,
بالراحة.
Bassem is ready to go down.
تمام يلا انزل حسب راسك بالخشب. ها يلا واحدة واحدة. ماشي يا باشا انزل بالراحة بقى خالص. يلا انزل بسم الله يلا. ها It's really scary and it's really dangerous.
If the winch fails, the fall could kill him.
تمام. ريح شد بالراحة.
When he finally arrives at the bottom, he's greeted with an astonishing sight.
Unbelievable.
Dozens of mummies. "30 feet underground, Bassem begins to explore the hidden tomb. Did it protect its occupants, or have raiders looted it?
This site is unbelievable for me. I can see here one complete mummy, and also at the end of the room there is one complete mummy, so it's another mummy here.
It's a huge complex measuring 300 square feet, proving that this was an elite tomb. Inside, builders carved 3 burial chambers out of the bedrock, which housed around 80 intricately wrapped mummies.
Finding a burial shaft like this, it makes our stay in the desert worth it.
But something isn't right. Bassem isn't the first person to set foot in this tomb. It shows clear signs of being raided, and most of its contents have been destroyed.
So the tomb raiders came here, and then it seems to me that they took most of the precious materials, the wonderful object.
When ancient Egyptians died, their relatives placed food, drink, and everyday objects in their tombs. The wealthier elites took more lavish personal belongings, like weapons, golden furniture, and even chariots. Ancient Egyptians believed they could take these grave goods with them into the afterlife to protect and sustain them. But the treasures in the tombs of the elite made rich pickings for thieves. Bassem's job now is to see what the robbers left behind.
They took all the masks except one gilded mask, remains of one gilded mask. Here, which is shining in front of us, an amazing example of what could be the state of art during this period.
The mask proves there could be a lot left to discover in the wreckage left behind by the raiders. Bassem will need to scour the tomb for clues to find out when and how it was robbed.
It's like working on a crime scene. You have to collect all the evidence, gather all the kind of clues. We still have a lot of things to do.
In Luxor's Deir el-Bahari, Fatih is hunting for the original owner of this raided tomb. His team has found a spectacular mummy next to the main entrance.
This is the best mummy I found here in our site. It's very, very complete mummy. You see from the head, the arms, the body, the legs here.
In his 3 decades working as an archaeologist, this is one of the most pristine mummies Fatih has ever found.
Wow. Complete, huh?
Complete.
Wow. Very, very good. I don't believe. It looks like mostly complete mummy, but I'm wondering why it is here. Why is this mummy here?
The mummy's location in this first hallway is a mystery. If this is the owner of the tomb, it should be buried in the burial chamber.
To be here, it is, for us, it is not clear, because it is not an original sea tomb, but could be brought it here by robbers, and after the main period, after the time of the owner of the tomb, somebody used this tomb.
If this mummy is the original owner of the tomb, it could be a clue to what happened here. Was it robbers or later elites reusing the tomb? To know more, Fatih has to run further tests on the mummy.
So I hope it will give us a lot of information, and you will know that belongs to the owner of the tomb or later.
But first, he has to remove the mummy from the tomb. It's an incredibly delicate procedure. The fragile mummy is thousands of years old and could easily crumble when moved.
We have to be stable.
Can these ancient remains reveal clues to what happened here? Is this mummy the tomb's original owner or a later imposter? In the shadow of the ruined Meidum Pyramid, John is investigating one of the greatest heists of the ancient world. He wants to find out how tomb raiders got inside one of Egypt's best protected tombs.
It's truly an astonishing monument, this. This magnificent structure literally just rises out of the desert floor.
This huge 300 by 150 foot mound is called a mastaba, a style of tomb that predates the pyramids. Known as Mastaba 17, this is one of the biggest and most impressive in all of Egypt. Unlike the pyramids that were built with a complex network of tunnels to get in and out, mastabas were completely sealed.
Once finished, it was never meant to be entered. It was a house of eternity for those who were going to be entombed inside.
At the heart of the mastaba, a single body lay inside a granite sarcophagus secured with a 3-ton lid. The sarcophagus sat within a solid limestone chamber with colossal limestone blocks sealing the only entrance. The chamber itself sat around 30 feet underground in a deep natural recess. Finally, a vast mud brick and rubble structure covered the chamber and the recess it sat in with no way in or out. 100 feet of rock stood between the inhabitant and the surface.
Like a fortress for the dead, layer after layer after layer literally protected that one single person lying inside the sarcophagus, inside the main chamber.
But even this protection was not enough to keep the robbers out. On the southern side, John identifies a hand-cut tunnel carved out of the walls by looters.
Wow, look at this. Not only have they cut through all of this mud brick exterior facade, but they've actually tunneled underneath the mastaba.
To understand how the robbers carried out such a daring raid, John has been granted special access to enter their tunnel.
I must admit, I'm not looking forward to going into dark tunnels. Oh, wow.
At the necropolis of ancient Philadelphia, Bassem is investigating a hidden tomb. He wants to find out who looted these burial chambers and when. He's already discovered mummies that appear to be undisturbed and an intact burial mask. There could be more evidence hidden among the debris.
Maybe we could find one clue about the tomb raiders. Therefore, we could understand when and who did this disturbance inside this room.
Bassem must investigate this chamber inch by inch. Normally, it would take days of painstaking work, but his team is armed with some cutting-edge technology, more at home on a modern-day crime scene.
It's the most advanced technique to be used in the archaeological field. I can't wait to see the result.
As Bassem's laser scanner pans around the chamber, a camera records hundreds of images every second, while a laser measures the space with pinpoint accuracy. Together, they create a high-resolution model of the entire tomb, allowing Bassem to see things that are invisible to the naked eye.
Okay, that's it. Unbelievable. We had every single detail of this room now in our hands.
As they analyze the imagery, Bassem notices something unexpected.
From the assessment of the scan, there is something interesting. The mummy, it's not looking usual. We are going to investigate it right now.
The mummy could provide another clue to who raided the tomb and when.
Ahmed.
But to investigate properly, first, they'll need to move it.
يلا يا احمد عايزين نرفع الموميا دي تعال. ماشي.
At the Asa Sif necropolis, Fadi's team has unearthed a pristine mummy among the debris of a heavily raided tomb. Fadi wants to find out if this mummy was the tomb's original owner. That will offer a vital clue to whether this tomb was raided or reused. He's enlisted the help of physical anthropologist Jesus Herrerin, who's brought a state-of-the-art X-ray scanner. With it, he should be able to tell the mummy's sex and even how much manual labor they did. Already, he likes what he sees.
90% of the mummies in Egypt are broken.
90%?
90%. Only 10% is a complete mummy like this. That's a great discovery.
Embalmers wrapped this mummy with an extraordinarily high level of precision. They even wrapped each finger individually.
Look at the fingers. Just wrapping each one, individual, independent each another.
A high-quality mummy like this could be the tomb's original owner, but they need more evidence. Jesus painstakingly scans the entire body.
Good. Great image.
He must take dozens of images to piece together a full picture of what's beneath the bandages and reveal the mummy's identity. At the necropolis of ancient Philadelphia, Bassem is investigating a robbed tomb. He's discovered a strange-looking mummy that could give him a crucial clue to when and how this tomb was raided. But to investigate further, he needs to remove the mummy from the burial chamber.
It's really unsafe to work and maneuver around object with this kind of roof inside. So we need to take it outside.
Raiders have already disturbed the mummy, making it extremely delicate. One wrong move and it could crumble to pieces.
ريح نفسك خالص. اطلع ستوب. اطلع انت. خلي محمد يخش. خش يا محمد. خش يا محمد في النص بسرعة.
بسرعة تقفل ما تشدش الشمحة بتاعته. خش في النص تلاقي مني. تمام. زي الفل. اطلع.
Now that he's safely removed the mummy from the burial chamber, Bassam is able to take a closer look.
The mummy is twisted in a strange way. The face is looking downwards. It's the first time to see a mummy this way. It's not in the usual articulation of the body. It's very, very strange.
It appears the mummy's neck has been twisted delicately to remove its precious burial mask, while leaving the mummy itself intact. For Bassam, that suggests that this tomb was raided relatively recently. Tombs raided in antiquity tend to be much more disturbed, with mummies deliberately smashed to pieces.
So for me, it looks like it was raided like 100 years ago.
It's a big discovery. It means this hidden tomb, built in 300 BC, managed to keep its dead safe from raiders for 2 millennia. Only in modern times, armed with modern equipment, did treasure hunters finally manage to break in.
Around a century ago, it was the most interesting thing for people from different places in the world to come to Egypt and to collect wonderful objects from the tombs and from different sites in Egypt.
This so-called Egyptomania craze spread around the world in the early 20th century. It culminated in 1922 with the discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb by Howard Carter. During this period, European explorers took countless precious artifacts from ancient tombs. They ended up in museums or sold to private collectors. This mummy survived the modern-day raiders. Now, Bassam wants to make sure it is properly conserved for the future. To do this, he has to remove it from the tomb. In Meidum, John is following a narrow tunnel deep underneath a heavily fortified tomb. He wants to find out how looters robbed it nearly 4,500 years ago. Wow. Their first challenge was to reach the center of the vast stone-filled mastaba.
I can't imagine working in such an environment, so enclosed. It would have been horrible. The dust on one's lungs.
Digging a tunnel like this involves shifting hundreds of tons of rock and the constant threat of the tunnel collapsing.
Okay, I've come to a...
It would have taken months of dangerous, painstaking work.
You can see all the chisel marks on the walls are still intact. Using the most rudimentary tools, they've been able to create this tunnel.
At the end of the tunnel, a vertical shaft drops 20 feet straight down.
Oh my God. There's nothing holding this ladder in place. I'm putting my foot into darkness here. Wow.
At the bottom of the shaft, John comes across something incredible.
That is absolutely unbelievable.
Oh, wow. Oh.
John has reached the end of the robber's tunnel. It hits the rock casing of the burial chamber with incredible precision.
The robbers have tunneled all the way along, then dropped the shaft, and then literally tunneled this tiny little tunnel here and hit this limestone casing dead on.
The tomb raiders undercut the mastaba on its south side and chiseled their way through the limestone bedrock in a straight line for 60 feet. Then they stopped and dug a shaft straight down through through the loose infill of the hollow until they hit the limestone wall of the burial chamber.
Just imagine just them sitting here, exactly kneeling where I'm kneeling right now, just chiseling away frantically at this limestone, knowing that what lay behind it was treasures that would elevate them in this mortal life. Wow.
To hit the outside of the burial chamber with their tunnel with such accuracy, John believes the looters must have known the layout of the tomb in exceptional detail.
They would definitely have had to have had inside information to know where to go. Whoever led this party knew exactly where to place this final tunnel, because it led them directly onto the chamber.
Inside, the burial chamber is beautifully finished in smooth-cut limestone.
Wow. Like a little giddy kid in a sweet shop.
But John is not alone in this tomb. Bats, dozens of them, and John has a serious phobia.
Oh my God, they're hanging. Oh my God, they're everywhere.
In Luxor's Deir el-Bahari, at the As-Sif necropolis, Jesus has finally stitched dozens of X-ray images together to build a complete, detailed scan of the mummy Fatih has discovered. He wants to know if this mummy is the tomb's owner. It could be a vital clue to whether this tomb was raided for treasure or if it was reused. By analyzing the bones, Jesus can identify the mummy's gender and social standing.
Wow, it was a complete mummy in very good condition. You can see the skull, the torso, and the sex is male.
So it's man?
Yeah, it's a man. We can see very clear in the morphology of the hips.
The bones also reveal a clue to the man's social status in life.
The vertebral column, there aren't any sign of osteoarthritis.
The excellent condition of the bones suggests that this man did not do any hard manual labor during his life. He was probably a high-ranking nobleman.
The owner of the tomb is very important one to create the tomb, big tomb like that, and he in good position or good job with high social wrinkles.
This is a sign that the mummy could be the original owner of this lavish tomb. Normally, high-status mummies would have amulets of precious stones wrapped inside the chest. These should show up on the X-ray.
For the chest, did you see any amulet?
Unfortunately, no. There aren't any amulets in the chest. Maybe they had an amulet in the chest, but the thief picked up.
Yeah, unfortunately.
The evidence suggests a complex series of crimes and events. It looks like this mummy was the tomb's original owner, but someone moved it from its initial location inside the chamber, and robbers took its precious jewelry. Meanwhile, the rest of the tomb has been almost completely destroyed. For Fatih, this suggests the tomb wasn't simply robbed or reused once. It was raided and reused many times across hundreds of years. Like the pyramids, this elaborate tomb drew people to it. Not only raiders for treasure, but people who wanted to be buried in it themselves when they passed away.
With more investigation from our side, we will know he is the owner of the tomb, but it's still time to study all the objects.
Fatih still has a long way to go to piece together the mess that generations of robbers left behind. But with every new clue and with the help of new technology, he's getting closer to unraveling the mystery behind this tomb. In Meidum, John is investigating how ancient tomb raiders carried out a spectacular heist on one of the biggest mastabas in Egypt. The ceiling of the burial chamber is teeming with bats.
I don't do bats. Like giant flying spiders.
4,500 years ago, instead of bats, this chamber would have contained riches, such as gilded furniture and pottery. But to reach the most valuable bounty, the robbers faced one final challenge: a giant stone sarcophagus, which contained the mummy's gold death mask and precious jewels.
This red granite sarcophagus weighs in excess of 8 tons.
It's one of the biggest sarcophagi in all of Egypt, but still, the robbers were able to get in, and they left a 4,500-year-old clue to how they did it.
Wow! Look at that. Amazing. The original mallet that the looters used, and they've left it there.
The thieves used long wooden levers to pry the lid open, then propped it up using their wooden mallets.
It's actually quite amazing to think that this lid is just literally sat on top of that mallet in exactly the same position that the robbers left it.
This was a truly spectacular heist, and the evidence preserved for millennia reveals how determined and well-prepared the looters were. But the real secret to their success was their inside knowledge of the layout of the tomb. Armed with that information and the promise of untold riches, the tomb builders didn't stand a chance.
One can only imagine when they crawled through and then walked into this chamber what lay in wait for them. Treasures beyond their wildest dream. It would have changed their lives completely.
At the necropolis of ancient Philadelphia, Bassem has discovered that this raided tomb kept its occupants safe for 2 millennia before modern treasure hunters looted it a century ago. Now, he wants to make sure this mummy is preserved for posterity by removing it from the tomb and taking it to a museum for safekeeping. To do that, he'll need to haul it up the 36-foot burial shaft.
Most of us are a bit stressed. I'm a bit afraid that, that this operation is a delicate one. That's why we have to do it in a proper way to save it.
The box weighs 220 pounds, and his team must pull it out of the tomb by hand.
حسب ايدك ماشي سيبه خالص
حمل ماشي. You see how tough is this operation? It's really hard.
The shaft is only 7 feet wide and cut from loose rock. If the box smashes into a wall, it could collapse.
Be careful. Be careful. This is not safe. It's not safe to be inside the shaft while they are lifting the box. That is the most nervous part on the work today. Ha, whistle! Allah ينور!
Good.
Finally, they lift the mummy to safety. Bassem has discovered that this humble secret tomb was in some ways more successful than the Great Pyramids. It protected its occupants for 2,000 years, and now at least some of its precious artifacts can be preserved for the future.
I believe that there are still wonderful things that we could recover from this burial shaft. Our role now is to safeguard these objects and to record it for the future generation.
Protecting the people buried within ancient tombs like this remains a challenge even today. But this hidden desert tomb undisturbed for 2 millennia proves how tomb builders adapted their methods to beat the raiders. The earliest tombs, the mastabas, couldn't keep robbers out. So builders improved the design. Pyramids with elaborate anti-theft devices came next to try and keep the tombs safe. But adding huge structures on top just made them an even bigger target. So eventually, tomb builders abandoned pyramids and temples and hid their tombs deep in the bedrock of sacred and secret valleys. Every season, with the help of new technology, archaeologists understand more about the centuries-long battle between tomb builders and tomb raiders. How the earliest robbers used inside knowledge to break into the richest tombs. How wealthy tombs were raided and reused in a cycle that lasted hundreds of years. And how, at the end of Egyptian civilization, some tombs were finally able to protect their occupants for millennia. Egypt, the richest source of archaeological treasures on the planet.
Oh, that's a fabulous one.
Beneath this desert landscape lie the secrets of this ancient civilization.
Wow, you can see why the pharaohs chose this place.
Now, for a full season of excavation, our cameras have unprecedented access to follow teams on the front line of archaeology.
I'm driving so fast because I'm so excited.
It's an entrance. We can see an entrance.
Revealing buried secrets.
I have just been told that they have found something.
Oh my God.
A sphinx!
And making discoveries that could rewrite ancient history. This time, the pyramids reveal startling new secrets. Ashraf makes an incredible discovery in a 4,500-year-old tomb.
I feel there's something down there. Something is waiting for us.
Ivana is on the hunt for human remains.
This is a lovely left foot, so we've got a pair.
And John unlocks the secrets of the oldest known tomb in the Valley of the Kings.
I'm truly in the final resting place of a pharaoh.
Rising out of the Egyptian desert stands some of the most magnificent monuments in human history. The Giza Pyramids. Constructed from around 5 million stone blocks and standing up to 480 feet tall, these are where the pharaohs of ancient Egypt entombed their mummified bodies and priceless treasures. Each giant pyramid is a grand tomb and place of worship built to ensure the memory of the pharaohs, Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaura would never be forgotten.
Stop here, Ahmed, and we want to get our drone on the pyramid.
In charge of this ancient site is director of the Giza Pyramids, Ashraf Mohi.
You see, this is my office. I worked as an Egyptologist more than 20 years. I'm envying myself to be working here, you know, nearby the pyramid.
Ashraf has recently made a remarkable discovery in the shadow of the Menkaura Pyramid, the last to be built by the pharaohs in Giza. He's taking to the skies to survey his excavation site.
So I can see the pyramid from the top over here. Can we get closer to the temple?
Next to the entrance of Menkaura's pyramid are the remains of a grand temple and cluster of tombs.
It has been surrounded by tombs for high officials. Everybody, want to have an honor to have his tomb nearby Menkaura.
Ashraf is excavating one of these tombs. Its location was first documented by the American archaeologist George Reisner over a century ago.
Reisner, he started to work here in 1907. He didn't go inside. He didn't find the entrance, just dig for few days, that's it. So we continued the work. We found the entrance. We are working now in the shafts. We started with the first one over there. We got the edges, and the workers, they are working down there.
Reisner did not excavate this tomb. Ashraf and his team will be the first archaeologists to enter it in over 4,500 years.
We're going to work down step by step to see if there's something in the sands or not there.
Okay.
I'm so honored to be here between the pyramids. It's my lifetime dream to dig. It's gonna be something very important for every Egyptologist at the pyramids area.
Menkaura ruled Egypt for over 2 decades. And like his father and grandfather, he built a pyramid as his final resting place. His stands at the center of a grand cemetery where only those closest to him could be buried. So the tomb Ashraf has unearthed must be for someone important. It appears to be a flat-roofed structure called a mastaba. On top, 2 shaft openings suggest it could hide more than one burial chamber. But any bodies won't be found inside the mastaba. They'll be deep beneath it in solid bedrock.
I want to go deeper to see what we're going to be inside the shaft. We will see at the bottom if there's a chamber and a sarcophagus down there.
Menkaura would be the last pharaoh to build a pyramid at Giza. 4,000 years ago, they were suddenly abandoned. The answer to why the pharaohs deserted the pyramids may lie 300 miles south in the Valley of the Kings. Hidden within these remote cliffs is the final resting place of some of Egypt's greatest and most famous pharaohs.
Salam. Mr. Mahmoud?
Hi. Yes.
Alhamdulillah. Fi Muftah?
Yes, everything goes.
Alhamdulillah.
Here, British archaeologist John Ward is investigating why the pharaohs stopped building pyramids and decided to be buried in this secret location.
We're on our way to one of the oldest tombs here in the valley. It's where it all began. You lead the way.
Dangerous and unstable, Tomb KV-20 is closed to the public and has not been excavated since 1904.
There we go, sir.
Despite the risks, John has been granted special permission to investigate inside.
Open sesame, as they say.
And will attempt to navigate the dark and crumbling corridors to reach the burial chamber, hidden over 320 feet below ground.
Beneath our feet lies an intricate warren of engineering masterpieces, where tunnels, chambers, and pits, all designed to create a space in which Pharaoh can achieve immortality.
The Valley of the Kings is a remote limestone gorge. And in a secluded corner is one of the first tombs to be carved into the valley. Built for the powerful pharaoh Thutmose I 3,500 years ago, ancient engineers chiseled a long and narrow corridor that plunges over 320 feet underground to a secret burial chamber. Here, the body of the pharaoh was placed in a giant sarcophagus so that, hidden from sight, the king, with his treasures, could hope to rest in peace for eternity.
One of the things, Mahmoud, that I'm feeling as we're walking down, you really get that sense that you're climbing down into the underworld.
Building a tomb could take years and required a village of workers.
Look at that. Okay. It must have been awful down here to have carried up all of this chiseled, flaky limestone and the dust. I mean, we're just walking here and I can breathing the dust in. It must have been hell.
John has been descending into the darkness for over 45 minutes. But he still hasn't reached the burial chamber.
Wow. This shaft just continues.
Above ground, a team of over 170 workers is excavating an area known as the Valley of the Nobles. It contains the tombs of ancient Egypt's social elite, important enough to be buried close to the pharaohs.
So I will lead you up to the excavation site right now.
Egyptologist Andrea Loprino-Neers from Basel University has been investigating this site for 16 years.
We really feel very privileged to have the opportunity to work here. We want to learn more about who used this tomb, who entered the tomb, who maybe plundered the tomb, who used them for burials, who used them for living, over the long time span.
This season, Andrea and her team are clearing tons of earth and rubble from the tombs. In one tomb, called TT95, they've made an exciting discovery.
It's quite a huge coffin chamber cut into the bedrock. Among the material that was still left by the tomb robbers, we came upon painted pottery vessels that bear the name and the title of Hunai.
Inscriptions on the pottery suggest a noblewoman called Hunai was buried here. But who was she, and what was her connection to the pharaohs? To answer this, the team is searching for Hunai's remains. But she's not the only one here. This tomb was reused by others to bury their dead and contains hundreds of body parts. Robbers ripped the bodies apart in search of gold and amulets wrapped in the mummies. Finding Hunai will take a forensic investigation.
One ear preserved. There's no jaw, just a fragment.
In charge of analyzing these human remains is British bioarchaeologist Ivana Koziradska-Ogan-Markin.
I've worked in Egypt 13 years, I think. So I've got substantial experience with this kind of material. This is a lovely left foot. When I'm sometimes asked what I do, I'm kind of hesitant to say, because there are usually two types of reaction I get. One is, ugh, and the other is, oh, really? I suppose it's not for everybody.
Finding Hunai's remains is like looking for a needle in a haystack.
There you go, that's the left arm. We estimate the minimum number of individuals to be just over 80. That's quite a big number, really, when you think about an adult individual having 206 bones, and imagine the skeleton is dispersed. Every site has different challenges, and this one is definitely challenging. So we've got torsos with no arms or no legs or heads.
300 miles north, at the pyramids.
This is the last of the sands is coming out from the shaft.
Ashraf and his team have been digging for 2 days to locate the burial chamber in this unexcavated tomb.
It should be there's something here.
Finally, the workers reach the bottom of one of the shafts.
We're so close to the burial chamber.
This ancient shaft should lead to the entrance of a 4,500-year-old burial chamber. But something is wrong.
خبط كيف الفاس أحمد؟ أحمد. I can hear, the sound of the rock. The axe is hitting the rock. This is not a good sign. It means the shaft is unfinished.
Ashraf thinks they have found a false shaft, deliberately made by the tomb builders to fool thieves trying to find the burial chamber. And it's an anti-theft technique he's seen before in Menkaura's pyramid.
Something very smart and amazing was done inside this pyramid here. Menkaura was afraid about his treasures. So, after the main passage, he bought some blocks, like a portcullis, to seal the entrance of the shaft, to not to be easy for robbers to rob it.
Menkaura constructed the pyramid to protect his body and treasures. But the giant pyramid also attracted thieves. Inside, engineers tried to protect the burial chamber with a series of heavy stone slabs. But these barriers of solid rock weren't enough to keep out tomb robbers, and the pharaoh's body and treasures were looted.
Like the place we are standing here now, this is the place, where we have the blocks to seal this passage. We found many small fragments, the blocks, because it was broken to pieces. Some blocks about 3 tons or 4 tons there.
With these huge stone walls destroyed, the robbers could finally enter the pharaoh's burial chamber.
So we are here inside the king's chamber. And this is the place where the sarcophagus, it should be here. But the sarcophagus has been ticking and we lost the coffin of Menkaura.
Nothing remains of Menkaura's mummy or his treasures. Ashraf believes the threat of tomb robbers was the reason the pharaohs stopped building these giant pyramids.
The pharaohs started to think about something more secure. Instead to have a big pyramid, it would be easy for robbers to go inside to rob it. The pharaohs learned the lesson from the pyramid. They moved from here to the Valley of the Kings to have tombs were cut inside the rocks to deceive the robbers.
To keep their bodies hidden from looters, the great pharaohs chose this secluded location, the Valley of the Kings.
How much further, Mahmoud? We're close?
John Ward is in one of the first tombs to be built in the valley and is descending over 320 feet below ground into the sacred burial chamber.
We're coming towards the end of this tomb. The final steps. I'm in the belly and the final resting place of a pharaoh. I can't even begin to imagine what it must have been like to be digging this out. Truly an amazing feat.
Although crudely completed, KV-20 was a successful experiment. And in this chamber, archaeologists found 2 stone coffins. One inscribed with the name of the pharaoh Thutmose I, the other for the pharaoh Hatshepsut, his daughter, and one of Egypt's most powerful female rulers. For the next 500 years, the pharaohs built their tombs deep underground. So far, 65 have been found, but experts suspect there could be at least 2 great pharaohs' tombs yet to be discovered. With their tomb entrances hidden from sight, the pharaohs believed their mummified bodies and treasures would be protected from grave robbers. They had solved one problem, but they still needed to find a way to be worshipped and for their legacy to be remembered for eternity.
Whereas the pyramid contains everything, the burial, the place of worship, here that's all separated. Here we have the tomb, the last resting place of Pharaoh, but he still requires that place to be worshipped.
The pharaohs wanted to be remembered forever, but with their bodies hidden in the valley, their followers would need somewhere to worship. John wants to investigate how they ensured their legacy would never be forgotten. In the Valley of the Nobles, Andrea and her team are on the hunt for clues that can shed light on the life of a noblewoman called Hunai. They've found pictures on a tomb wall which suggest she shared an unusual bond with the pharaoh Amenhotep II.
It's really unusual. You will not find another tomb showing this very personal relationship with the king. In this case, you can really recognize that she's giving him her breast.
The wall paintings reveal Hunai was a royal wet nurse who breastfed the future pharaoh when he was a child. And this intimate relationship explains why Hunai was buried so close to the Valley of the Kings.
This was originally the burial place of Hunai, and this is also where we found more individuals.
In search of Hunai's remains, Ivana is sifting through thousands of bones found in her tomb.
That's supraorbital ridges that are usually pronounced in males. Looking at the sutures, cranial sutures and the teeth, this person was definitely over 35.
The wall inscriptions also reveal Hunai had a grown-up son who was a high official. So Ivana believes Hunai was a middle-aged woman when she died.
You can see some depressions here. Could be menopause. This person seemed to have quite a pronounced nose. I've got confident one female, question mark female, so that's 2. And the other 4 most likely male individuals.
To find out if either of the female skulls belongs to Hunai, Ivana needs to look for signs of a gruesome mummification process only performed on the wealthy elite.
The lady we're looking for definitely had a brain pulled out in pieces.
In Giza, Ashraf and his team have been working hard to clear the second shaft of the unexcavated tomb at the foot of the Menkaura Pyramid. And their hard work has paid off.
It's in a small hole and there is no light there, so we need a torch to see what's over there. So I'm going to send Muhammad to tell us what will be there.
The workers think they have found an entrance to a burial chamber carved in the bedrock. And Egyptologist Mohammed Ahmed will be the first to venture inside.
Wow. Whew. Can you see there is a coffin, a sarcophagus?
This is the opening which led to the burial chamber. Very excited.
Sealed with rocks and hidden at the bottom of the 30-foot shaft, this burial chamber could contain the 4,500-year-old remains of the tomb owner and their treasure.
Mr. Ashraf, I see darkness. Okay.
You think I'm gonna wait after you found the hole? You are kidding me.
Now, I will get inside. Okay. Done. Wow. This slab, it was blocking the doorway to this burial chamber. Okay. When I see the sloping rubbles and stones, I felt that someone get inside before me.
The tomb has been looted by grave robbers, but Mohammed finds bones that have been left behind.
These bones from the chest. This is from the pelvis. And I think this big long bone is the sign.
The treasures may have been taken, but these ancient bones inside a burial chamber by the pyramid are an incredible discovery, and the remains will be collected and analyzed by the team.
Hamad, why you didn't get out to tell me and show me the footage?
Okay, sir.
You have to get out now. So it has been looted. Few bones only and remains of wood.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit disappointed because I was expecting to find a coffin with a mummy, but I'm still happy because we have the discovery.
The fragments of bone found in this burial chamber won't be enough for Ashraf to identify who was buried in the tomb. But he's convinced there is another burial chamber here, so excavations will continue.
I feel there's something down there, so I hope there's something is waiting for us.
Just a mile from the Valley of the Kings, on Luxor's west bank, stands the vast mortuary temple, Medinet Habu.
So here it is, Medinet Habu. They call it the mortuary temple, the house of millions of years.
To safeguard them from robbers, the pharaohs kept their tombs hidden. But they also needed to be worshipped and remembered. They chose this temple to honor their legacy.
Whereas today we would go to the graveyard or the cemetery, we'd lay a flower at our gravestone. This is a gravestone. This is the legacy of Pharaoh. Ramesses, Amenhotep III, Hatshepsut, they've all put their mark here.
The pharaohs built mortuary temples like Medinet Habu as vast palaces dedicated to preserving their memory for eternity. Each temple had a loyal staff of priests devoted to maintaining a cult that would continue worshiping the king forever. The pharaohs had their royal names written as special symbols called cartouches carved all over the temples. Their names were important because these ancient pharaohs believed that to achieve immortality, their names must be spoken for eternity.
We have this whole development from Pharaoh being buried in the pyramid to being buried over there in the Valley of the Kings. And this is Mortuary Temple. And they are immortalized here.
But for some pharaohs, simply having their name inscribed on a palace wall was not enough. On the banks of the River Nile stands the vast Luxor Temple. Here, an elite team of engineers is working to restore a giant statue dedicated to one of Egypt's greatest pharaohs.
This is the statue for Ramses II, the more important king in Egypt.
Mahmoud Farouk has a daunting challenge. He needs to rebuild the giant statue of Ramesses II that stands over 30 feet tall. It was destroyed by an earthquake. Now it's time to put the king back where he belongs.
Today I will lift the statue from here to the real place in the top. If you look here, can you see the 2 feet? You will put the face here. It will look nice after if you do it, inshallah. If you make it perfect one time, it'll be nice.
Mahmoud and his team are using modern steel girders to hold the pieces of statue together, and they must line up perfectly with the legs, standing at the entrance to the temple. One wrong move could send the 3,000-year-old statue crashing into the temple wall. Moving the heavy statue into place is an intricate challenge for the team. The metal girders fixed to the body and legs must fit perfectly together.
Now I go to the top to check everything.
It might look finished, but Mahmoud needs to check the alignment of the statue's eyes. According to Egyptian custom, they must look straight ahead to reflect the king's power.
We have to take it down again for move it to the front.
The measurements show the eyes are pointing down. The team will have to start again. In the Valley of the Nobles, Ivana is continuing her forensic analysis of human remains to identify Hunay. She's looking for evidence of a rare burial practice.
The traditional way of mummifying the body would be to remove the brain. The tool would be inserted through a nostril, and then the ethmoid bone would be broken through to get access to the brain cavity.
Only high-status individuals underwent this mummification ritual. So as a nurse to the pharaoh, it would have been performed on Hunay.
So here we have a complete skull, and it's quite interesting. The person lost all the upper teeth except one. I think there is a small opening here. This skull seems to be fitting the description so far.
The small hole is strong evidence that the brain was scraped out. But to prove her theory, Ivana will use digital technology to take a closer look inside. At the pyramids, Ashraf has received some exciting news.
You know, I just got a phone call from Muhammad. He's telling me he found a shaft.
The team has found a third shaft above the tomb.
Morning.
Which could lead to another burial chamber.
The site is get more exciting. We are getting more excited to know more information about the situations here. Best.
To help speed up the dig, the team has built a pulley system. It's
a little bit windy, but still good. This kind of good weather for workers to work.
But suddenly, Ashraf's team is in trouble. The heavy metal frame has collapsed into the shaft, and the workers inside are not responding.
الحمد لله يا شباب. حد جاب السلم ده ناحيتي. It wasn't stable enough. Thanks to God, everything is okay now. So we're using this rope ladder now. So you see the workers are okay. سقف الرقبة يا جدعان، سقف الرقبة يا جدعان، سقف الرقبة يا جدعان.
صلي صلي صلي
وريني ديك يا رجب.
الحمد لله سليم.
بسيطة يعني؟
The workers have escaped relatively unharmed. Ashraf can press ahead with his excavations.
We're so close. The right-hand side, I believe this is the opening of the burial chamber.
But a giant rock slab is blocking their way.
We are going to drop some ropes to tie this stone to take it out there.
Ashraf has opened the entrance to the burial chamber. Now, he's ready to find out who or what is inside. At the Luxor Temple, engineer Mahmoud is trying to position the 65-ton statue of Ramesses II at the entrance to the temple. But his first attempt has failed.
It's difficult for me and my workers. Now we do change a little bit, and inshallah will be better.
His team has just a few hours to cut and reshape the girders. They must ensure the statue's eyes point straight ahead to the horizon, a symbol of power. Only then will they have restored this great pharaoh's legacy.
It's heavy stone now, and it's not like easy. What do you think? I don't know in ancient time how we do this work.
نطلع دلوقتي. تمام.
Slowly and carefully, they winch it into position.
اطلع براحتك براحتك.
I hope this... It's great. Success, yeah.
This time, everything lines up perfectly. The statue of Ramesses II now stands exactly as it did 3,000 years ago, restoring his legacy as one of the greatest pharaohs to rule Egypt.
Now, if you come inside the temple Luxor, you will see Ramses say, "Welcome to you. Welcome to Luxor."
Across the Nile, Ivana and her team have turned to digital technology in their hunt for the royal nurse Hunai.
We actually have the X-ray of that particular skull that we think could potentially belong to Hunai. Her being a woman of high social status, we would expect her body to have been prepared accordingly for the burial.
Ancient Egyptians believed the brain had no value in the afterlife, so they pulled it out in pieces through the nose during mummification.
We can't see any brain residue inside the skull. The brain was removed.
The X-ray confirms Ivana's theory. All the evidence suggests this is the skull of Hunai. It's a huge discovery for the team.
Hello. So, may I present a female, an older female. Her brain was removed. If we're looking for the best candidate for Hunai, this would be the skull.
This is really amazing results.
Yeah,
That's
so
exciting news.
3,000 years after her death, Hunai's memory has now been restored. It was her unique role as a royal nurse that earned her a tomb next to the Valley of the Kings, so that she could join the pharaohs for eternity in the afterlife.
We were able to uncover a great royal nurse of Amenhotep II when he was a prince. So I think we are very lucky. I'm very happy about this.
At the pyramids, Ashraf's team is preparing to enter the newly discovered 4,500-year-old burial chamber.
I'm so excited that we found the bottom of the shaft, But I'm a big guy, you know, and the shaft down there is so small. This is why I'm sending my colleagues to go down there. I'm talking about 33 feet. It's deep. And to have your people down there, it's not easy, but these people have the passion to find something new. It's adventure to be Egyptologist, to find something new.
Ashraf has brought in specialists to investigate the chamber. Senior archaeologist Wahel Fatih and anthropologist Sarah Saber.
I'm so excited to tell me what you are going to see. We make sure that everything's okay first. And after this, we let Sarah to get down there. Good. Sarah, your turn. She's getting down now. You are doing a good job, Sarah. It's one of your adventures. I think they are ready to go inside the buried chamber.
It's strange here. We see its bones here, everywhere.
Once again, grave robbers have ransacked the burial chamber.
This is the remains of the skull.
Yes.
But this time, they left more evidence behind.
This is the sacrum. It's very important to know sometimes the age or the sex. We must collect all the bones.
Gut? Wow. What is it? It's a sealing stamp.
It's an astonishing find. These stamps were used to seal offering jars left with the owner of the tomb during their burial. It's rare to have survived over 4,000 years.
It's inscribed here by hieroglyphic signs. Amazing, yes. The person to stamp his name or her name or his title, something like that. So this is a big discovery. This is the first day for Sarah here, you know, and we found such discovery. It's a great day.
This discovery could hold vital information about who was buried so close to Menkaura's pyramid and why.
We found from the skull, this part is a mastoid process.
Yes.
So it's very, very small. Also, we found this section of the vertebra. It's very spongy. It is referred to a woman, maybe for plus 50 years old.
The bones reveal the tomb belongs to a woman.
We have another evidence about.
Okay.
But can the inscriptions on the seal provide a name?
Amazing. You see, you can see that the two arms up. This is Ka. It means Kau. Ship's Kau. So this is for Ship's Kau. You brought a good luck for us. You know, because I was happy and satisfied with bones, with a skeleton. But you came and you brought luck for us, and we found the stamp. What a big day for our mission. Robbers didn't care about bones. So thanks to the God, because they didn't care about them. We found them. We found the bones and we found the stamps that tell us about the lady, the owner of the tomb, Chipsit Kawu. To have her tomb nearby of Menkaura, it means she was a very important lady. For us, as Egyptologists, to find inscription by the name for unknown tomb, it's a great discovery.
What the grave robbers left behind has helped Ashraf and his team restore the name and memory of Shepset Kawu. And now, like the pharaohs who built the giant pyramids, the vast mortuary temples, and the hidden tombs in the Valley of the Kings, her memory will live on. Egypt, the richest source of archaeological treasures on the planet.
Oh, that's a fabulous one.
Beneath this desert landscape lie the secrets of this ancient civilization.
Wow, you see why the pharaohs chose this place.
Now, for a full season of excavations, our cameras have unprecedented access to follow teams on the front line of archaeology.
I'm driving so fast because I'm so excited.
It's an entrance. We can see an entrance.
Revealing buried secrets.
I have just been told that they have found something.
Oh my gosh.
A sphinx!
And making discoveries that could rewrite ancient history. This time, the hunt for the lost tomb of Queen Cleopatra. Colleen searches for clues in the hieroglyphs.
Here we see Cleopatra as the goddess Isis.
Alejandro scans ancient mummies in an Egyptian hospital.
We have amulets.
And Kathleen makes a startling discovery deep underground.
It goes in the direction of the temple.
Ancient Egypt, a kingdom of great pharaohs and a cradle of civilization. But after 3,000 years, this rule came to an end with the last pharaoh, Queen Cleopatra. For centuries, this enigmatic woman has captured the imagination of the world. But the location of her tomb is still a mystery. Today, archaeologists across Egypt are on the hunt for clues. Renowned Egyptologists Colleen and John Darnell are experts in decoding hieroglyphs. They're on their way to the Valley of the Kings.
We're headed to the location of the burials of nearly every pharaoh of the New Kingdom.
The valley is a rabbit warren of 65 hidden tombs. They form one of the greatest royal cemeteries in the world, but not all of them are finished.
This morning we're going to the unfinished tomb of Ramses XI. It's the last tomb begun in the Valley of the Kings, and many times unfinished things in Egypt can actually tell you a little bit more than the completed product.
Ramesses XI reigned over 1,000 years before Cleopatra. But when he died, his tomb was never used.
So here you can see just the initial phases of the tomb decoration, but it's already a beautiful depiction of Ramses XI. You know exactly who we're looking at because of his cartouches, his name rings in front of his face.
Looks like they've laid out what would have been remarkable illustrations and texts early in the initial part of the tomb.
The tomb of Ramesses XI is located in the east of the Valley of the Kings. Its cavernous chambers and pillared halls reveal how the pharaoh should have been buried. But the back of the tomb is unfinished. After 500 years of Egypt's kings and queens being buried in the valley, Ramesses' tomb marks the end of an era. Ramesses XI abandoned the Valley of the Kings, and no more pharaohs were buried there.
This is very much the end of a legacy. This is the end of kings being buried in the Valley of the Kings, but it's also the start of something new, of continued royal burial that really ends with Cleopatra.
Historians believe this royal burial site was abandoned because of looting, but no one has found the cemetery for the last pharaohs of Egypt, Cleopatra and her family line. So where could it be? After the valley fell out of use, eventually Egypt's seat of power shifted north to Alexandria. The last great dynasty of pharaohs established their capital here to exploit trade across the Mediterranean Sea. Archaeologist Dr. Ross Thomas from the British Museum is here exploring the ancient capital for evidence that could lead to Cleopatra.
The ancient city housed about 500,000 people during the 1st century BC, and it was one of the most important ancient ports and ancient cities of the Mediterranean.
The port city of Alexandria was founded by Alexander the Great, who conquered Egypt 2,300 years ago. It was famed for its palaces, statues, its library, and a colossal lighthouse standing over 350 feet tall, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. During this time, Egypt was ruled by the successors of Alexander, the Greek pharaohs called the Ptolemies. But this family line ended when the country was eventually conquered by Rome, leaving the last pharaoh of Egypt, Queen Cleopatra. Many archaeologists think Cleopatra will be found in a royal cemetery somewhere in Alexandria, the capital built by her own family. But searching here is difficult. The ancient city was hit by a series of earthquakes, and much of it now lies beneath the waves.
So do we have weights here? Yes.
عتيم ده اللي فيه 150 عشان ما تلخبطش مع حاجة تانية.
Professor Imad Khalil from Alexandria University began exploring the sunken city over 20 years ago, keeping an eagle eye out for Cleopatra's tomb.
This has not been found, obviously, in Alexandria yet. But as we always say, beneath Alexandria, there are other Alexandrias. Okay.
The evidence of Cleopatra's ancient capital is strewn across the seabed. Shards of pottery, huge columns, fallen obelisks, and what they believe is one of the doorways to the famous lighthouse.
There are scores of columns and column bases, hundreds of blocks, really large structural blocks.
I think we managed to see part of an obelisk and part of the doorway of the lighthouse. So it's really something. Yeah.
Every dive provides new data for Imad and Ross to research, but there's no sign of Cleopatra or her family's graves.
Well, you would assume that they'd want to be buried in their own city. Normally what you have is a royal cemetery with all the burials for the kings and queens.
But what if Cleopatra wasn't buried in Alexandria at all? One woman thinks everyone has been looking in the wrong place. 30 miles west of Alexandria, in an ancient city called Taposiris Magna, there is a little-known temple. Here, Kathleen Martinez, a qualified lawyer turned archaeologist, is on a quest.
So this is one of the exciting moments of an excavation.
For the past decade, she has been building a case that Queen Cleopatra is buried beneath this temple.
I want to be an archaeologist since I was a child, but my parents convinced me to study law, and I became a lawyer. But all this knowledge and this information that I had as a lawyer, I combined with archaeology, and this is how I follow Cleopatra's steps to Taposiris Magna.
Kathleen is from the Dominican Republic in the Caribbean, but 13 years ago, she gave up her law work and started excavating here at the temple.
We have uncovered so many important structures that prove this temple functioned as a temple during the time of Queen Cleopatra and the Greek pharaohs. So this could be the perfect place for Cleopatra's lost tomb.
At the age of 18, Cleopatra became pharaoh when her father, Ptolemy XII, died. She went on to rule for 21 years. Faced with the threat of a Roman invasion, she formed alliances with the enemy, first wooing Julius Caesar and bearing his child, followed by a relationship with Mark Antony. But in 31 BC, the Roman navy, led by Octavian, attacked Egypt. To avoid capture, legend has it that Cleopatra committed suicide with the bite of a venomous snake.
She threatened Rome, and Romans were afraid of her. She thought she could conquer the world, even though she was a woman. She was a warrior, and she achieved the impossible, and this is why she is my heroine, and I will try to do everything I can to find her tomb.
Kathleen believes Cleopatra could be buried somewhere around the site. This season, she has a promising lead 300 feet outside the temple walls, a strange hollow in the ground.
We found the cut. It's a cut in the bedrock. It's a shaft, and we are trying to find out where it leads us.
Kathleen believes the shaft could lead to Cleopatra's lost tomb, hidden deep underground. But trying to excavate this site is dangerous.
It's dangerous because if the bucket turned around, it could hit the guys which are down there.
With the potential to break through into an underground cavity, they're worried the floor of the shaft could suddenly collapse.
Any second it will go down.
It's an entrance. We can see an entrance.
It's a huge discovery. The shaft leads to an underground tunnel.
It's so exciting. I need to see what is in there. It has been hidden for 2,000 years.
Across Egypt, the hunt for lost tombs continues. 500 miles south of Alexandria is the ancient city of Aswan. It's here that Spanish archaeologist Alejandro Jimenez Serrano leads a large mission working at the ancient necropolis of Kubet al-Hawa. The site is home to one of the largest sets of intact tombs in Egypt. Alejandro is searching for unmarked graves and lost tombs. This sprawling site is even older than the Valley of the Kings and is thought to be the burial site of many wealthy nobles. Today, he's working in one of the ancient tombs, trying to identify who was buried there.
Unfortunately, it has no inscription, so we don't know the owner or the family who occupies tomb. We can only say which period or when was built because of the style.
But deep inside this tomb, the team has just unearthed two buried mummies. As they clear away the sand, Alejandro makes a startling discovery. It's the edge of a beautiful golden death mask.
Wow.
Death masks are often made of layers of linen or recycled papyrus and then soaked in plaster. This forms a tough material, a bit like paper mache, called cartonnage. While still wet, the cartonnage is molded to resemble the face of the deceased and then painted. Often the name of the person was written on the mask, along with inscriptions to help transport the deceased into the afterlife. This ancient funeral practice continued for over 2,000 years, right up to the time of Cleopatra.
And the quality of the cartonnage is amazing, the colors, and it has text, and it seems that it will be possible to read the name of the original owner.
But before Alejandro can try to put a name to this ancient body, his team will need to extract the fragile mask. They use soft paintbrushes to remove the sand grain by grain, and then strengthen the mask with paper coated with resin to stop it from breaking.
It's a privilege, and it's amazing to have the opportunity to work with untouched material.
Back at Tapiceris Magna,
They take such a good care of me. They are not used to women going down the shaft.
Kathleen Martinez is descending into a 2,000-year-old shaft. She believes it could lead her to the lost tomb of Queen Cleopatra. But there's a problem.
God, the tunnels are full of water.
The vertical shaft descends 20 feet down and leads to two narrow tunnels.
We have tunnel, which is perfectly cut in the bedrock. One, it seems to lead to the north, and the other goes to the south.
The fact that the tunnels are flooded makes any further exploration very difficult, but Kathleen is determined to push on.
Okay, look. Oh God, so creepy, look. Ah. At the end of the tunnel, there is a door, but it's almost completely covered with water.
Now she can see the quality of the stonework and how much effort it would have taken to create these tunnels. Kathleen is sure they must lead to somewhere important.
I tried to go inside, but then the level is deeper, and I almost fall down. So I need to pump up the water. I have to explore this door.
Kathleen will need to find a water pump before she can explore the flooded tunnels any further.
You cannot walk there or crawl because of the water. It's unsafe. It will be one of the greatest adventures in the excavation now because we need to know what is in there.
Kathleen is convinced Cleopatra's lost tomb is hidden somewhere around this site. She has evidence the temple is linked to the Egyptian goddess Isis. Kathleen thinks this is her biggest clue so far.
Archaeological evidence that the temple was maybe the most important religious center for Isis in the north. And the thing we know about Queen Cleopatra is that she was buried in a temple of Isis. So it could be a perfect place for Cleopatra's lost tomb.
But who was Isis? And how is she connected to Cleopatra? "380 miles south of Taposiris Magna, on the banks of the River Nile, parts of this vast temple site are dedicated to Isis, who was a well-loved Egyptian goddess in Cleopatra's time. It's here that Dr. Colleen Darnell continues her own search for clues to Cleopatra's life, written in the hieroglyphs.
We're walking into the temple at Dendera, and one of the most significant scenes here is a depiction of Cleopatra.
The temple was first built 2,000 years ago and became a major place of worship for ordinary Egyptians. Through the centuries, a succession of pharaohs carved their names and images here so they could be worshipped, including Cleopatra.
So the title here is Lord of the Two Lands, referring to Upper and Lower Egypt. Cleopatra.
Cleopatra made a shrewd decision. On the temple, she wears the symbolic headdress of Isis.
Here we see the famous representation of Cleopatra as goddess Isis. Here we have Cleopatra and her son Caesarion. So Cleopatra has a long wig, the horns and sun disk, and ostrich feathers behind that.
Cleopatra wanted to be seen by her subjects as the earthly incarnation of Isis. She was making a profound connection with one of the most popular goddesses of the time. Isis was famed for her powers of healing and protection, and was adored by both Egyptians and Greeks. By immortalizing herself as Isis on the temple wall, Cleopatra hoped to keep the full support and love of her people. And it worked.
For Cleopatra to step into the role of Isis really proclaimed her identity as divine ruler.
At Taposiris Magna, Kathleen thinks Cleopatra's Isis connection could mean she's buried somewhere beneath the temple. Now, the team is pumping out the water from the flooded underground tunnels, but it's going to take a while before she can explore.
It's working. Alhamdulillah. It's a big relief to see it working. Imagine today or tomorrow we're going to be able to explore. It's so exciting.
Kathleen believes Cleopatra could be buried in an underground chamber, and the tunnels could lead her to it. She originally found the location of the shaft using radar technology, but with the potential for a huge discovery just feet away, she has brought in more sensitive military-grade equipment to look deeper into the rock.
For me, the future of the excavation is ground-penetrating radar. It's a technology that was used for military purposes, searching for tunnels and searching for cavities. And this technology is perfect for what I am looking for. So we can work here, make a profile here.
As they move the radar scanner along, it fires radio wave pulses into the ground.
So here we are going about 15-meter depths.
The data from the scan will have to be sent away for analysis. It should reveal any hollow cavities hidden underground, and possibly even the location of Cleopatra's burial chamber.
I always, so excited about this.
Back at the excavation site, everything is resting on the team pumping the water from the underground tunnels. While work continues at the dig, in Cairo, Kathleen is attending an important event.
Hey, what do you think?
Nice. Oh my God.
At the Egyptian Museum, Hundreds of Kathleen's finds have been chosen to go on display for the very first time. They all come from her site at Taposiris Magna, unearthed over 10 years of excavation. Kathleen believes each piece adds further weight to her theory that Cleopatra could be buried there.
We discovered around 200 coins. For example, this is a coin of Queen Cleopatra. Can you imagine that I've been searching for Queen Cleopatra, and this is the first time I was face to face with my heroine. It was the moment so excited at the excavation. Yes, we are going to change this one for this one, yes. I was thinking now, when I was a kid in the Dominican Republic, and I dreamed one day to make discoveries in Egypt. And everybody in Dominican, my teachers, my parents told me this will never happen. And now we are presenting 350 objects.
For someone who started as an amateur archaeologist, Kathleen now has the eyes of the world looking at her finds.
Desire to change history. It's one of the greatest moments in my life. Of course, the exhibition, it's only a presentation of a work. But the real work, the one we're really excited about, is to be on site and continue searching.
Back at the dig site, there's a problem with the water pump.
Mohammed, what happened?
I don't know, maybe the electricity was not working. Cut, yeah.
It's not working now.
Now, stopped.
Can you imagine after all this effort now there's no electricity in the area? And only a few hours left today and tomorrow. That's it.
Kathleen's government permit to dig at the site only lasts for one more day. She's now racing against the clock to explore the underground tunnels.
We face so many challenges, but we never give up.
At the 4,000-year-old necropolis of Kubet el Hawa, Alejandro's team has unearthed a very rare death mask made of a material called cartonnage. He hopes the mask will tell him the name of the person buried in the tomb, but decoding the hieroglyphs is proving difficult.
I cannot read properly all the signs. It will be better to do it after the consolidation and cleaning.
Alejandro's team has started the painstaking process of extracting the mask. Their job is made even harder because it's embedded under the bones of its owner.
It's quite a delicate moment because we have human remains that are touching and we don't want to destroy the cartonnage.
They are taking off the cartonnage. Geniale.
The ancient mask is carefully removed, but comes out in several parts, held together with resin and paper to prevent any further damage.
It is really amazing. Vale, gracias. And I'm simply now checking if there was name or not. Yes, there are more hieroglyphs.
Here is the name. It's for the soul of Seti Heka Ib Inet.
Alejandro can now put a name to the unknown body, but he still doesn't know the person's job or role in society.
We have now to look in the publications if we have any reference in the neighborhood or in other documents, and but it's amazing.
The death mask is now taken to their on-site lab for further analysis. The team will try to piece it back together like a jigsaw puzzle, there could still be more secrets to be revealed about this mysterious man. In Aswan, on the other side of the site, Alejandro has unearthed several mummies still intact. He's searching for clues to their identity, which may lie hidden within the ancient bandages. But to keep them intact, archaeologists are no longer allowed to open up the wrappings.
100 years ago, it was common just to cut the wrappings. Today, we are lucky to have non-invasive techniques. And the idea is that we are going to take to the University Hospital in Aswan, where they have very good CT scans.
By scanning the bodies, Alejandro hopes to examine how they died and also to see if there are any funerary objects hidden inside.
We have the possibility that he could have a dagger or a metal object inside. We could confirm the age of death. If he suffered any kind of disease, definitely the CT scan will tell us a lot of information.
In the Valley of the Kings, John and Colleen Darnell continue their search for clues to Cleopatra's life and untimely death. Deep in the tomb of Pharaoh Seti I, they're examining inscriptions that could shed light on how Cleopatra chose to commit suicide. The tombs of the Valley of the Kings were built during a golden age in Egyptian civilization. Treasures and decorations reveal the symbolism that played a key role in their belief system. The tomb of Pharaoh Seti I lies in the southeast of the valley. It's the deepest and most widely decorated. Painted on its walls are images of gods and goddesses who lay at the heart of Egyptian society, forming a belief system that continued until Cleopatra's time.
Here deep in the tomb of Seti I, we see a fantastic depiction of the goddess Wajid. She's labeled here in the hieroglyphs, and she is the cobra who sits on the brow of the king.
Wajid was the protector of Egypt and of its pharaohs. She often took the form of a snake, usually an Egyptian cobra. Legend has it that Cleopatra killed herself with the bite of a venomous snake when trapped by the invading Roman army.
This depiction is over 1,000 years before the suicide of Cleopatra. And the fact that she chooses this ancient symbol of the pharaohs, the asp, the cobra, to commit suicide, she's taking the ultimate royal symbol. She wants to be linked in to the deep, ancient past of Egypt.
Cleopatra, through her life and death, was obsessed with the traditions of ancient Egypt. At Taposiris Magna, Kathleen believes she's getting ever closer to finding Cleopatra's lost tomb. As the dig season is coming to an end, she's desperate to see if the underground tunnels lead to a burial chamber.
Is it working?
Yeah, because electricity today is good, you see.
Her team has now been pumping out water for 2 days, but power cuts have severely hindered progress.
Water!
Maybe I can go down and try to see, and I will explore.
Should we start?
Uh-huh. I am ready. Okay. So, let's see this door.
This is the first time Kathleen has been able to explore the tunnels.
Okay. So,
She starts with the one leading away from the temple.
the tunnel, still, see? You can see it still continues. It continues. There's still water here. We will go in the other direction now.
With the way forward still flooded, Kathleen has to turn back. She now explores the second tunnel.
Oh, it turns. I will go a little bit more again. It continues. It goes in the direction of the temple. You see, it's a huge cut they made in the bedrock here to turn. This is a great discovery. Definitely something very important. It's happening down here.
These tunnels would have taken months or even years to carve out by hand.
Alhamdulillah.
Kathleen believes they must lead somewhere important.
It was incredible. Now we know a lot about this shaft. Unfortunately, we could not see the end of this tunnel. There was a lot of water.
With her permit about to expire, Kathleen's excavation must come to an end. But there is still a chance that the data from the ground-penetrating radar might reveal if the tunnels lead to a tomb.
Now we are waiting for the GPR results. So I have to be patient and wait.
In Aswan, Alejandro is preparing for a nighttime mission. He's about to transport 6 ancient mummies across the city to a local hospital. He's arranged to use their medical scanner after hours to see what may lie hidden inside these ancient bodies.
Mahmoud, mungkin ma Osama fale la orilla.
For security, a police escort joins the convoy.
Well, tonight we are going to do the CT scan. The idea is to use a non-invasive technology to try to know something about how they were buried, the pathologies, the possible diseases that they suffer, the cause of death, gender, age.
The CT scanner should be able to see through the wrappings to the bones below, but Alejandro is still worried about damaging the fragile remains.
Mummies are very delicate, so you have to think that they have been wrapped more than 2,000 years ago, so they might suffer damages. Well, let's go. Hello? Inshallah. We will arrive in 5-10 minutes maximum, okay? We have to take this opportunity to get as much information as possible. So, we will see.
Alejandro's nighttime activities have attracted the attention of the local press.
I will ask to the journalists, please, to leave to the specialists to make their work.
Please, which one will we start now? Which one is him?
This one.
Okay.
Yes.
The mummies are wrapped in cloth for added protection inside the scanner. It works by taking a series of X-rays at different angles to create a 3-dimensional image of the body.
We are just checking if the scan was right.
So far, very little is known about these mummies, like how they died and whether they were old or young. Alejandro is trying to piece together their identities, hoping to discover any new clues to make sense of their lives and ultimately their deaths.
En Maduro, the first analysis of the body shows that he was over 60 when he died. So now I have to choose who is going to be the next. Okay. Let's go. Well, now we have something very interesting. Interpreted that Mummy was going to be a man, but it seems that it's a woman. We didn't expect that.
As the final body enters the scanner, the archaeologist spots something amazing.
Tiene los amuletos.
Sí, pero los tenía ya.
We have amulets together with the scarab, winged scarab. Tiene los amuletos.
The scan reveals an elaborately carved amulet in the shape of a scarab beetle. Funerary amulets were often used by the elite to protect the soul of the deceased, and the scarab beetle symbolized rebirth. The scarab was placed over the position of the heart and often had spells written on it. These spells gave instructions to the person's heart to help them during the judgment of their soul.
It's the first time that I can see them in the position, in its position in the body, so exciting.
Out of the 9 mummies Alejandro's team has scanned, this is the only one to have an amulet still in its original position. With such a precious find, Alejandro can wrap up his night on a high.
Now it's 12 o'clock and I'm completely exhausted.
At Taposiris Magna, Kathleen has received news about her radar search for Cleopatra's tomb.
Today is the last day, and the people which are doing the radar, they are bringing the result, and they just told me, we have great news for you. So tell me, what is the good news we have?
We found it's like cavity, big cavity.
Possible chamber?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
I'm gonna cry. Really, I'm so happy. It could be anything buried there, but I feel it's what I'm looking for.
Kathleen's scans reveal a 30-foot wide cavity directly beneath the entrance to the temple. It would have taken ancient workers a monumental effort to build. And if it's a tomb, it must be the tomb of someone important. This could be the perfect hiding place for the last queen of Egypt, Cleopatra. The tomb could hold her royal treasures, and its discovery would be one of the greatest finds in the history of archaeology.
So the room is big, and this
10 meters.
10 meters room? Wow.
For Kathleen, Cleopatra's lost tomb could now be within her grasp.
I'm just really excited and I'm touched. It's something that really important, precious, something very precious that I try to hide there. So I think this is the final stage of my search.
It's been an incredible season for Kathleen and her workers, but with her permit now expired, she must secure the site and continue her search for the chamber next year.
Next season, I will come back. This is the moment that I was waiting for. Now I know exactly where to continue.